Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. I can still remember the exact moment I realized how badly I had misunderstood everything about Area 51, and what it really meant to chase after forbidden secrets. Sometimes at night, I lie awake listening to the rain tapping at my window, remembering those wild days leading up to the so-called storming of the world's most secret military base, replaying the madness in my mind as if it happened yesterday. It started, like so many terrible ideas do, as a joke on the internet, but when thousands of us arrived in the Nevada desert under the relentless sun, squinting through dust and adrenaline, the mood turned from light-hearted mischief to something much darker. I didn't know then that I would become part of something no one was ever supposed to see, and that the consequences would stretch further than anyone could imagine. My memory of that morning is sharp and clear, maybe because I have relived it in dreams 100 times, each time hoping I would do something different, that maybe I could save a life or prevent a disaster. But in every version, we all end up running, and we all end up changed. I arrived with a battered backpack full of water bottles, snacks, and a cheap camera, along with a notebook where I had scrawled every wild theory I could find online. I wasn't alone. The parking area outside the small town nearby was crammed with cars and buses, people laughing, waving signs, or dressed in alien costumes, pretending not to notice the tension in the air. Even as we joked about Naruto running past the guards, there was something about the way the military vehicles glinted in the morning light, or the way the fences seemed to pulse with warning, that made my skin prickle with a warning I couldn't name. Everyone around me was buzzing with nervous excitement. Some streamed the event on their phones, others chugged energy drinks or made last-minute TikToks, but in every face, I saw a kind of desperate hope, the same kind I felt. Maybe, just maybe, today we'd discover the truth behind decades of rumors and conspiracies. Maybe we'd find out what was really hidden beyond those fences. As the sun climbed higher, the group at the front started moving, and a ripple of energy swept through the crowd. I felt myself carried forward, my feet barely touching the dusty ground, my heart pounding. The military presence was everywhere. Tall men and women in fatigues, armed but tense, their faces hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. There were drones in the sky, their quiet buzzing barely audible over the noise. Someone next to me muttered, "It's now or never." And suddenly, the crowd surged forward, a wave of people running, stumbling, shouting as they crossed the invisible line between safe and trespasser. For a few wild moments, it felt like anything was possible. Like maybe we really could outrun bullets with pure belief and momentum. I leaped over a patch of dry scrub, nearly falling, my backpack bouncing painfully against my spine. That was when the first shots rang out, not real bullets, but a hail of rubber rounds and beanbags, the snap and thud echoing over the desert. People screamed, some dropped, clutching arms or faces, others laughed or cursed and kept running. The air was full of dust, the sharp stink of sweat and fear, and the wild hope that something big was about to happen. I lost track of time in that rush, 10 seconds, a minute, maybe 5. When I looked up, only a fraction of us were still moving forward. I stumbled along with a group of strangers, some older, some younger, all of us breathing hard and blinking through tears. We reached the fence, hands shaking as we grabbed it, and started climbing. Beyond, the base looked both exactly like the satellite images and nothing like I expected. Endless stretches of concrete, big hangars, squat buildings, radio towers stabbing into the blue sky, and everywhere, soldiers and more cameras. I hesitated, but then someone pulled me down, whispering, "Come on, before they change their minds." On the other side, the mood shifted again. The fun was gone, replaced by a tense silence. The guards were no longer shooting. They watched, weapons raised, as if waiting for something none of us could see. The crowd split into smaller groups, each drawn to a different building, chasing their own theories. I joined a handful of true believers, men and women who had spent years studying UFO sightings, strange lights, government documents. We ran across a stretch of gravel, hearts in our throats, until we found a side door left unlocked. Inside, the air was cool and humming with the low vibration of machines. The hangar was massive, filled with ordinary military planes and trucks. We wandered, searching every shadow for proof, alien tech, glowing pods, frozen creatures, but found nothing but dust and metal. Our walkie-talkies crackled with voices from other teams. "Nothing here, just boxes, saw some weird lights in the east wing, lost a guy, don't know where he went." The adrenaline began to wear off, replaced by a sour taste of disappointment. That's when we realized one group was missing. The group was led by a guy everyone called Doc, who claimed to have seen something fall from the sky when he was a kid. They hadn't checked in for a while. We exchanged nervous glances and decided to look for them. As we crept back into the hallway, the sounds of chaos outside grew, shouting, sirens, a distant scream. Our feet echoed on the polished floor. At a fork, I spotted a set of concrete stairs leading down, the kind that seemed to disappear into forever. With nothing left to lose, we took them. The descent was endless, the air growing colder and heavier the deeper we went. I counted steps to calm myself, losing track after 100. Every so often, a single light bulb flickered above, casting a sickly yellow glow. Two of our group stopped, panting, too tired or scared to go on. "Go," they said. "We'll wait here. If you find anything, come back." I nodded, not sure I'd see them again. At the bottom, we reached a thick metal door with a giant crank. Together, we turned it, muscles burning, until it opened with a screech. Inside was like stepping into a different world. The room was filled with machines and consoles I couldn't even begin to understand. Screens, levers, glowing panels, all humming with a weird energy that vibrated through my shoes and up my spine. At the center, a raised black platform, big enough for several people, was connected to everything by thick cables. It looked like a teleport pad out of a movie. My fingers tingled as I touched the control panel, feeling both terrified and drawn in by its mystery. Footsteps echoed from the stairs above, and we heard distant shouts and gunfire. There was no way out but forward. The machines had a digital readout showing numbers and dates, the meanings swirling in my head. Driven by panic and wild hope, I pushed buttons, twisted dials, and set the countdown without thinking. Lights flashed, a deep hum shook the floor, and I dove onto the platform just as the world tore apart around me. It felt like falling through darkness, my body ripped to pieces and reassembled in a split second. I opened my eyes to find myself standing in the same room, but something was different. The feeling in the air had changed, like waking from a nightmare into another dream. I raced up the stairs, breathless, and found the base as it was before the raid. The parking lot was full, the sun low in the sky, the crowd laughing and shouting. It was like nothing had happened, but I remembered everything, the chaos, the deaths, the secrets below. My heart pounded as I realized I had traveled back in time, or maybe to another world entirely. Haunted by what I'd seen, I tried to warn people, but no one believed me. My own memories felt thin and unreal. I went through the motions, meeting up with the same group, following the same paths, but small details kept changing. Faces in the crowd, the shape of a hangar, a guard's voice. This time, a man dressed in tactical gear took charge, leading us to a different building far from the others. The door was locked with a keypad, but he pulled out a device and hacked it open. The inside was different, brightly lit, full of glass-walled cells. And inside the cells were the answers everyone had been seeking, though none of us were ready for them. The creatures inside were not human, not even close. They stood over 7 feet tall, skin the color of eggplant, almost translucent in the light. Their faces were wrong, 3 deep-set eyes in a triangle, no nose, thin mouths, and strange, ridged skulls. Each had 4 arms, 2 longer than the others, ending in thick, fingered hands with claws. They looked asleep, suspended in some kind of stasis, but the sense of power in the room made my stomach clench. Someone in the group whispered, We found them. Aliens. Real aliens. No one moved, not even to take a picture. We were all frozen between fear and awe. The silence was broken by alarms, red lights flashing as a cold female voice announced, "Containment breach. Sterilization protocol initiated." The doors behind us slammed shut with a bang. Panic swept through the group. The man called Kyle started banging on the glass, yelling at the sleeping aliens, trying to wake them up. The others shouted for him to stop, but it was too late. The alien in the rightmost cell twitched, eyes fluttering, mouth opening and closing. Suddenly it raised one hand, fingers pointing at Kyle, and he was lifted off the ground as if by invisible strings. He screamed, thrashing in the air, but the alien smashed him against the cell wall again and again until the glass cracked. The cell burst open, and the alien stepped out, moving with slow, terrible grace. It raised its hand again, and two more people were pulled into the air, crushed together until their bodies became limp, lifeless bundles. The alien turned to the other cells, pressing its claws to the glass until they shattered. Two more aliens stepped free, stretching as if waking from a long nap. The air grew heavy with something I can only call wrongness, the sense that we had unleashed something beyond our understanding. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy metal chair, and hurled it at the creatures. One caught it in midair with a flick of its mind, paused for a moment, and then hurled it back with such force that it shattered the wall behind us. Sunlight streamed in, and those of us still alive ran for our lives, zigzagging through the chaos outside. The base was a war zone, people running, vehicles crashing, sirens wailing, and the aliens hunting anyone in their path. Some people managed to steal strange weapons from labs or climbed onto floating platforms, laughing in disbelief. Others fell, cut down by forces they couldn't even see. I tried to warn the others, grabbing strangers and yelling at them to run, but most were too far gone to listen. Eventually, I found my way back to the stairs, driven by instinct and terror. I raced down to the teleport room, slamming the door behind me. My hands shook as I set the controls, hoping to escape, to undo everything, but as the machine powered up, I felt a pressure in the air, something heavy and cold. The door opened behind me, and one of the aliens stepped inside, eyes glowing with cruel intelligence. I tried to activate the machine, but the alien lifted its hand, pinning me in place, squeezing the air from my lungs. The machine's energy and the alien's power wrestled for control, tearing at my mind and body. In a moment of agony, the world dissolved into darkness. I woke in my bed gasping, drenched in sweat, rain tapping gently on the window. The clock blinked, days before the raid. My phone buzzed with messages from friends, plans to meet, memes and jokes about the storming. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something still connected to me across time and space. At night, visions of burning buildings and piles of bodies haunted my dreams. In every one, the aliens roamed free, their minds reaching out for me. The next days blurred into one long nightmare. I found myself drawn back to the base, unable to resist. Each time I returned, small things changed, but the core events played out again and again. The raid, the chaos, the aliens breaking free, the deaths. I learned painfully that each time I used the teleport machine, I wasn't just going back. I was creating new realities, each one just as real as my own, each one doomed to disaster as the aliens learned, adapted, and grew more powerful. I saw flashes of these other worlds in my dreams, 1,000 versions of myself, 1,000 bases burning, 1,000 screams lost in the wind. On my final trip, desperate to end the nightmare, I met someone, or something, different. Deep in the base's vault, behind a door no bomb could open, I found a pool of black water. From it rose a smaller alien, eyes arranged in a downward triangle, glowing softly. It spoke to me without moving its mouth, its voice echoing in my head like a gentle wave. It told me that it had come to Earth peacefully decades ago, part of an exploratory party, but the military had captured them, twisted their DNA, and created the monstrous beings now running wild. The reality-splitting machine was not meant to be a weapon, but the government had used alien technology to make worlds within worlds, testing their creations in endless loops, learning from each disaster. Every time I used the machine, I became the creator of another world, another tragedy. The only way to stop it was to destroy the machine, and with it, every fake reality I had helped create. The alien was kind, patient, and older than I could imagine. It said, "I have lived and died in 1,000 worlds, and my people are part of the fabric of the universe. You must act, or your world will fall as so many others have." It teleported me to the teleport room with a wave of its hand, bypassing every lock and guard. As I stood at the controls, the weight of what I had to do pressed down on me. By destroying the machine, I would end entire universes, erase lives and memories, even my own in some. But the alternative was worse, a future ruled by creatures beyond control, spreading out to consume everything. I entered the commands, hands steady for the first time. The machine began its final countdown, and I raced upstairs, out into the cool desert night. Sirens wailed in the distance. The rain began to fall, soft at first, then heavier, soaking the sand and running down my face, hiding my tears. I stood alone in the darkness, waiting for the world to end or begin again. As the explosion shook the earth, I whispered a prayer for forgiveness, for all the lives lost, for the worlds I had created and destroyed, for the secrets better left buried. Now, as I sit in my room, listening to the rain, I sometimes wonder if any of it was real, or just a fever dream born of fear and hope. But then I hear strange sounds in the night, a distant hum, a whisper of wind, and I remember the weight of the truth. If you ever find yourself drawn to secrets buried in the desert, if you ever hear the call to storm the gates and seek forbidden knowledge, remember this story. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some doors should never be opened. The real danger isn't what you find behind the fence, it's what follows you home, what haunts your dreams, and what waits for the chance to be set free again. In the end, we are all storming something, searching for answers we may not be ready to know, and hoping, somehow, that the truth will set us free. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. About 6 months ago, my life changed in ways I still can't quite explain, and sometimes at night when the city lights flicker through my window and the steady hush of rain blurs the world beyond the glass, I find myself thinking back to the day I first stepped into that new apartment, so full of hope and expectation, never guessing that it would turn into a labyrinth of silence and reflection. A place where reality seemed to twist ever so slightly out of shape. When I moved downtown, I was chasing something. Maybe a new beginning, maybe a chance to become the kind of person who could wake up to the hum of the city and feel at home. The building itself was like a dream for someone like me, modern, elegant, full of glass and steel, with clean lines and soft lights that made every hallway look a little unreal. The ad had promised more than I could have hoped for: rooftop access for late-night stargazing or city watching, a fitness center with every machine I'd ever seen in a magazine, a blue-tiled pool that sparkled under the gentle glow of overhead lights, and floor-to-ceiling windows that framed the skyline in such a perfect way that I felt I'd stepped into the life I'd always imagined. The leasing agent, a woman with a sharp haircut and a smile like a sales pitch, told me that places were going fast, and when I found the unit on the 11th floor, big enough, affordable enough, somehow still available, I signed the lease almost in a trance, barely able to believe my luck. In the early days, everything was wonderful. I'd wake up and make coffee in the kitchen, sunlight pouring through the big window and making everything seem brighter. Sometimes I'd head up to the roof and watch the city wake, or float alone in the pool with nothing but the hum of the filter for company. There were moments when I felt like I was living in a hotel built just for me, each space perfectly designed for a quiet sort of happiness. At first, I thought it was lucky that I never had to share any of it. Every time I went to the gym, it was empty. The rooftop was always silent, the pool undisturbed by splashing or laughter. I told my friends about it, half joking that I might be the only person in the entire building, laughing it off as an odd perk of city life. People keep to themselves, right? But after a while, the emptiness began to feel strange. Not a single other person in the hallways, no neighbors bringing in groceries, no doors opening or closing, no footsteps echoing late at night. I'd glance through the lobby on my way to work, or look out into the parking lot, and never see a soul. There were only the doormen, always polite, always present, standing like sentinels by the lobby doors, day and night, greeting me with a nod or a soft "good evening," their faces blurring together over time. It got so I started to wonder about the building itself. Was it really as full as the leasing agent had claimed? One evening after a particularly long day, I stopped to chat with the night doorman, hoping for some kind of reassurance, maybe just a quick confirmation that this wasn't all in my head. The lobby was quiet as always, the marble floor shining under the lights, the soft drone of distant traffic barely reaching us through the glass doors. I asked him, trying to sound casual, if it was normal never to see anyone else, if maybe the other tenants kept odd hours or worked night shifts. He just laughed, a low chuckle that didn't quite fit his tired eyes, and said, "Nobody lives here but you." I blinked, not sure if I'd heard him right, and asked again, but he shook his head and smiled. I'm kidding. Of course, other people live here. The building's almost full. Maybe you just have weird timing, that's all." The words hung in the air, empty but reassuring in their way, and I tried to let it go, telling myself it was nothing, just city life, just coincidence. Still, as the weeks went by, the oddness only grew. Sometimes I'd come home after midnight, the elevator whispering up to the 11th floor, and find the hallway just as I'd left it. Lights soft and steady, carpet immaculate, silence thick as fog. I wondered if maybe there were families tucked away behind closed doors, people living quiet lives like mine, content to never meet their neighbors. Or maybe it was all a trick, some kind of marketing ploy to make the place feel exclusive, a little piece of solitude in a city full of strangers. I tried not to dwell on it, focusing on the life I was building, work, a handful of friends, evenings lost in books or music, afternoons wandering the city, always happy to return to the calm embrace of my apartment. Then one night, my friend Brian came over. I remember how he looked when I opened the door. He was pale, his hands shaking, his breath coming fast as if he'd run up the stairs instead of taking the elevator. His eyes darted around, refusing to meet mine, and I asked what was wrong, but for a while, he couldn't find the words. Finally, after we sat in the living room for a moment, he told me in a trembling voice that he'd gone to the wrong apartment by mistake, confusing my place on the 11th floor with a unit directly below on the 10th. "I went to 10:30 instead of 11:30, he said, his voice cracking a little. I laughed at first, trying to ease the tension, telling him it was an easy mistake, but he just shook his head, gripping my arm. "No, you don't understand. Someone lives in 1030, and she looked exactly like you." There was something in his voice, something cold and insistent, that made me stop laughing. I pressed for details, but he just kept repeating it. "She looked like you, she sounded like you, she acted like she knew me." He said he walked right in, thinking it was my place, talking to her the whole time, but the apartment was different, strange, familiar but wrong. It wasn't until his phone buzzed with my text, reminding him I was on the 11th floor, that he realized his mistake. He said he left in a rush, bolted up the stairs, and still couldn't shake the feeling that something was horribly out of place. We talked about it, trying to find a rational explanation. I joked about having a secret twin, but Brian wasn't amused. He was jumpy the rest of the night, drinking quickly, refusing to talk more about what happened. When he finally left, he paused in the lobby, turning back to look at me, his eyes wide and haunted. "Don't go down to 10:30, he said. "Don't. I know you're curious, but just don't." I promised, but deep down, I knew I couldn't let it go. I was too curious, too unnerved by the thought of someone out there who looked and sounded just like me, living one floor below, waiting behind a door I'd never noticed before. The next evening, with Brian's warning still echoing in my mind, I found myself standing in the elevator, thumb hovering over the buttons. The soft whir of machinery filled the small space, and I pressed the number 10, feeling the elevator descend with a slow, deliberate shudder. The doors opened onto a hallway that was both familiar and subtly wrong. The light felt dimmer, the air colder, the silence deeper. I walked down the corridor, counting doors, feeling my heart thud with each step. 1030 looked just like my own apartment, the same silver numbers on the door, the same clean white paint. I hesitated, feeling a surge of unease, but I knocked anyway. Footsteps sounded from inside, slow and steady, and I heard the click of the handle turning. Then nothing. The sound stopped. The handle snapped back, and I heard the deadbolt slide into place. Silence. I stood there for a long time, willing myself to knock again, but nothing happened. Finally, I took the stairs back up to my own floor, my mind spinning with questions. I couldn't leave it alone. The next evening, I tried again. The hallway was darker now, the lights flickering, casting strange shadows on the walls. I knocked harder, calling out, hoping for an answer. This time, after a long pause, I heard a voice on the other side of the door, a voice so like my own that it made my skin crawl. "Nobody lives here but you," it said, the words clear and calm, echoing in the quiet. The footsteps retreated, and I was left alone again, shaken and more curious than ever. I needed answers. I needed to know who lived in that apartment. I took the elevator downstairs and found the night doorman, my voice too urgent, my hands shaking a little. I asked him about 1030, demanded to know who lived there, but he just looked confused, said he thought it was me. When I insisted, he apologized, said he couldn't tell me, it would be a breach of privacy. I tried to explain, tried to make him understand how important it was, but he just shook his head and turned away. That night, I dreamed of the 10th floor. In my dream, every door was open, revealing empty rooms, dust swirling in the corners, bare walls and hollow spaces. Every door was open except for 1030. I knelt and tried to peer through the crack beneath the door, pressing my eye to the cold floor, but the darkness inside was complete, absolute, and when I woke up, I was gasping, my heart pounding, the memory of that emptiness clinging to me like a fog. I called in sick to work, unable to focus, unable to think of anything but the locked door, the voice, the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I made a plan, or maybe it was just an excuse to do nothing but obsess. I spent an entire day sitting in the hallway outside of 1030, just out of sight of the peephole, waiting for the mysterious woman to leave or return. The hours crawled by, the hallway growing colder, the silence settling around me like a blanket. I counted the tiles on the floor, traced patterns in the carpet, dozed off and woke with a start. Day turned to night, and back to day again. Still, no one came or went. My hunger faded to a dull ache, and I lost track of time. It was more than a day, maybe two, maybe longer. I was caught in the gravity of that apartment, unable to leave, unable to give up. Something inside me broke after those long hours. I staggered to my feet, stumbled to the door, and began pounding with my fists, shouting, demanding to be let in. My voice echoed down the empty hallway, but there was no answer. I kept going until my hands throbbed, my voice cracked, the door remained stubbornly closed. Then, at last, footsteps approached, slow and careful, and I heard the locks click, one after another. The door swung open, but instead of the woman I expected, there was an old man, his eyes tired and kind, his face lined with years I couldn't imagine. He asked what I was doing, why I was trying to break into his home, and I could only stare, breathless, lost for words. I demanded to know about the woman, the one who looked like me, the one my friend had met and I had heard. He shook his head, said he lived alone, hadn't had a woman in the apartment for years, insisted he didn't know what I was talking about. "Nobody lives here but me," he said softly, and closed the door again. I wandered back to my own apartment, my mind numb, my body aching. For weeks, I replayed everything in my head, checking and rechecking the facts with Brian, confirming the apartment number, the floor, the details. He swore it was 1030, swore he'd gone up the stairs to find me, swore he'd seen and heard someone who could only be me. I kept watch on the 10th floor, lurking near the elevators, listening for footsteps, but the days passed without incident, the fear and curiosity slowly fading until only a faint unease remained. Life went on, as it always does. I learned to push the memories to the back of my mind, to focus on the routines that made up my days, work, friends, the city rolling by outside my window, the quiet moments of contentment in the solitude I'd once found so comforting. Eventually, the story became something I could tell myself in the dark, a strange chapter from another life, softened by time and distance. I told myself it was a mistake, a misunderstanding, that there was nothing lurking behind the doors, no mystery left unsolved. The building became familiar again, the loneliness a gentle companion, the silence no longer threatening. I almost forgot the feeling of dread that had once haunted me every time I pressed the button for the 10th floor. But then, one evening, my friend Chelsea came to visit. She looked as shaken as Brian had that night months before, her face pale, her hands trembling. I ushered her inside, made her tea, tried to calm her down, but she could barely speak, her words tumbling out in a rush. She told me she'd gone to the wrong apartment by accident, thinking she'd found my place, only to be greeted by a woman who looked and sounded exactly like me. They talked, she said, for several minutes, and it was only when she checked her phone and saw my text with the correct apartment number that she realized her mistake. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me, my mind racing with old memories. I asked her the apartment number, bracing myself for the answer. She hesitated, confused. "No," she said. "It wasn't 10:30. I went to 12:30. The words echoed in the quiet, a strange, impossible symmetry, another shadow in the pattern that had begun months before. Now, every time I walk the hallways of my building, I can't help but wonder what's behind each closed door, what lives wait in the silence, what versions of myself might be waiting just one floor away, or 2, or 10, living out their own stories, caught in the same quiet loneliness. Sometimes, late at night, I stand at my window and watch the city below, the lights flickering in the rain, and I wonder if anyone else in the building is looking back at me, wondering the same thing, searching for answers in the spaces between. In those moments, I hear the doorman's voice in my head, soft and certain. "Nobody lives here but you." And somewhere, in the quiet darkness, a part of me believes him. I didn't really notice the missing cat poster the first time I passed it. I just started my morning jog, the sky still pale with the early light, dew sparkling on the grass, and the air carrying that cool, half-awake feeling of a suburban neighborhood waking up. The poster was taped crookedly to the community mailbox at the corner, the corners fluttering in the soft breeze, the black and white photo already starting to curl. I gave it only a passing glance. A cat, mottled fur, bored expression, generic enough that you could have swapped it for any number of cats in the neighborhood, and no one would have noticed. The name and phone number were there, but I barely registered them as I ran past, focused on the rhythm of my breathing and the feel of my feet on the sidewalk. I wished the owner's luck in my head, but I didn't stop or even slow down. Cats wander off, that's what they do. They slip through fences, they hide under porches, they disappear for days only to turn up when you least expect them, blinking up at you as if nothing had happened at all. I thought about how if it was my own pet, I might feel differently, but we'd never had a cat, and I wasn't about to go looking for someone else's. The morning was bright, and the world seemed ordinary. Back at home, still catching my breath and rubbing the towel over my hair, I heard my wife's voice calling through the bathroom door, her words muffled and indistinct. I paused, letting the steam from the shower swirl around me, and opened the door. "What was that?" I asked, stepping into a hallway, towel draped around my shoulders. Irene stood in the bedroom, folding laundry, her expression slightly distracted. I said, "Have you seen Fusty today? The neighbor's cat?" I thought for a second, dredging up a half-formed memory of a cat that lounged on the railings next door, a brownish blur with whiskers and a sleepy gaze, always watching the world go by as if it was his job. "Was he outside when you came back from your run?" she asked. I shook my head. "Is he missing?" I asked, half listening. "I saw the poster for Elvis down the street." Irene sighed, a little exasperated. "No, not Elvis. Fusty is the Garcias cat, right next door. Elvis belongs to the Morizes, remember? His posters are all over. He's been gone for a few days." I nodded, suddenly realizing how many pets I could only recognize in passing, part of the scenery, the fabric of our block. No, I haven't seen Fusty, I said and meant it. She looked worried, the way she always did when animals were involved. What if we have a cat snatcher in the area? She asked, half joking, half serious. I grinned. Then we'd better keep our cat inside. She shot me a look. So you're saying we can get a cat then? Wait, are you the one stealing the cats? I teased, pretending to peer around the living room for hidden felines. Am I going to find cats under the couch? She laughed, tossing a sock at me. No. We'll see about that, I replied, stepping out of the bathroom and calling. Fusty! Fusty, are you here? Elvis, meow if you can hear me. Our son Aiden's voice floated down from upstairs. What's going on? Your mother's a catnapper, I called, and we have to stop her crimes. Irene smacked my arm, smiling, and Aiden laughed, asking what heinous meant. It means your father is being silly, Irene said, and told him to wash his hands for dinner. Just another Monday night. The house felt safe, warm, full of everyday rituals, the kind you never think will be broken. By the time Wednesday rolled around, the world felt only slightly changed. Another poster had gone up, this time a missing dog, tacked to a telephone pole at the park entrance where I finished my run. This one I noticed more closely. There was a color picture of a yellowish mutt, Embo, the Carmichael's dog. He had a big grin on his face, tongue lolling, one of those dogs you couldn't help but like. I recognized him. He barked at everyone but wagged his tail, especially when I passed by. I read the details, the way you do when something feels closer to home. Embo was missing, last seen in his backyard, probably jumped the fence. The Carmichael's son, Scotty, was in Aiden's class, and I pictured him walking the streets calling for his dog, hoping with all his heart that Embo would come home. I thought about how quickly things could change. 1 minute everything ordinary, the next minute a pet or a person gone without a trace. I hoped Embo was just out on an adventure, but as I walked home, I wondered. That was 2 pets in just a few days. The idea of a cat snatcher no longer seemed as far-fetched, especially in the quiet of late afternoon when the shadows grew long and the neighborhood seemed a little too still. Who would steal a cat? Or a dog? People did strange things all the time, but what would anyone want with random pets from a street like ours? It was a question I didn't want to think too hard about. As I neared home, something flickered behind a bush by the sidewalk, a dark movement, quick and silent. I slowed, peering into the leaves, and called. Embo? That you, buddy? The shape was the right size, but the color was off, almost black, not the sunny yellow I remembered. I told myself it could be a trick of the light, a muddy coat, a dog on the run. I crept closer, feeling a prickle of unease in the pit of my stomach, calling Embo's name softly, half expecting him to leap out wagging. But when I reached the bush, there was nothing there, just grass, dry leaves, the smell of earth. I crouched down, looked underneath, even reached my hand in, expecting at least a rustle or a growl, but the stillness was absolute. I stood up, brushing off my hands, and jogged the rest of the way home, telling myself it was nothing, just a stray cat or maybe a bird. Still, the feeling lingered. That night, I mentioned it to Irene, and she gave me a look that was both worried and dismissive. You're probably just seeing things, she said. I shrugged, not entirely convinced, but tried to let it go. The next day, everything shifted. My phone buzzed while I was making breakfast, an Amber Alert. Scott Carmichael, age 9, missing. Last seen in the neighborhood, shaggy blonde hair, brown eyes, jeans, a t-shirt. I stared at the screen, the words blurring. Scotty, who played soccer with Aiden, who'd run past our house 1,000 times. The world felt suddenly smaller, tighter, more dangerous. I picked up Aiden from school that day instead of letting him ride the bus. The parking lot packed with anxious parents, everyone waiting for the doors to open, barely speaking above a whisper. The air was thick with worry, the kind you can't escape, no matter how hard you try. At home, we tried to keep things normal. Irene and I didn't mention the news to Aiden, and the school hadn't said anything either. We had pizza for dinner, curled up on the couch and watched movies as a family, holding Aiden closer than we had in a long time. He let us, which was its own kind of strange. He'd become too cool for cuddles lately, but that night he seemed content to let us hold on a little longer. In the middle of the movie, I saw him glance at the front door, his eyes tracking something I couldn't see. "You expecting someone?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Aiden shook his head. "No, I thought I saw something, Dad. Just a shadow." I looked too, but saw nothing, just the ordinary door, the porch light spilling a yellow glow onto the welcome mat. I tried to let it go, but the sense of something lurking at the edges of our safe, familiar life wouldn't leave me. That night, after the movie ended and I carried Aiden up to bed, extracting him gently from Irene's arms, where she dozed off holding him, I paused outside his door for a moment, listening to the quiet. The house felt different, as if the shadows themselves were watching, waiting. But everything was as it should be, Aiden tucked under his blankets, Irene asleep on the couch, the world silent. I tried to sleep, but my dreams were restless, full of flickering shapes and voices I couldn't quite understand. In the morning, Irene shook me awake, her voice tight and frightened. "Get up! Get up! Aiden's missing." The words slammed into me, cold and absolute, and I was instantly awake, heart pounding, adrenaline burning in my veins. We raced to Aiden's room, but he wasn't there. The window was locked, the doors still bolted from the inside, his shoes by the door. The sheets were undisturbed, tucked in as if he was still sleeping, no sign that he'd gotten up at all. It was as if he'd vanished without a trace, evaporated from the world. We tore through the house, calling his name, searching every room, every closet, every corner. We looked behind the couch, under beds, in the basement, our voices growing more desperate with each empty space we found. The house was silent, save for the sound of our footsteps and our increasingly frantic shouts. When we reached the attic, Irene insisted we check, even though the pull-down stairs were stiff from disuse. "He can't have gotten in there," I protested, but she shook her head, wild-eyed, breath ragged. I climbed up, the dim bulb casting strange shadows across the insulation and beams. The air was hot and dry, dust motes swirling in the light. "Aiden?" I called, half hoping, half dreading a response. There was nothing, just the hum of the air conditioner, the house settling around me, the weight of emptiness pressing down. I turned to look back down the ladder, expecting to see Irene waiting. But she was gone. The hallway below was empty, silent. For a moment, I was frozen, staring into the dark, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved, a shadow flickering at the edge of vision. I whipped around, too fast, and slammed my head against a beam, pain exploding through my skull. I fell to one knee, vision swimming, and that was when I saw it. It was only for a second, maybe less, but the image is burned into my memory. A creature, taller than a child, dark and chitinous, its body bending in ways that made no sense. Its shell was mottled brown and black, the color of dead leaves and damp earth, and its legs, 6 of them, sharp and serrated, stood poised and hungry. It towered above me, watching, hunger and anger and intelligence in its eyes. In that instant, I felt seen, known, as if my soul was on display. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. I blinked, and the attic was empty again, the dust untouched, the silence unbroken. But Irene was gone. And Aiden. No stain, no blood, no trace, just an absence, a hole in the world where they had been. I staggered down the stairs, heart hammering, and burst outside, hoping against hope that I'd find them in the yard, that it had all been some strange mistake. But the world outside was chaos. Neighbors ran through their yards, calling for missing children, missing pets, their voices breaking with fear and disbelief. People vanished mid-step, their shouts cut off, leaving only silence behind. I tried to rally the others, to form a group, but as soon as we gathered, people began to disappear, one, then another, gone in an instant, leaving the rest to scatter in panic. I called the police, barely able to form words, and heard the sirens approaching, the wail echoing down the empty streets. Then a crash, and the siren kept sounding, but no one ever arrived. If I went to look, I knew I'd find an empty car, engine still running, doors open to nothing. I don't know why I was left behind, why I haven't been taken. Maybe I'm being saved for last, maybe I'm just lucky, or maybe there's something else at play. All I know is that the world is empty now, haunted by the things that move in the shadows, by the memories of laughter and love that fill every silent room. I catch glimpses sometimes, flickers of movement at the edge of vision, the sense of eyes watching from the corners, waiting. I try not to look, try not to give them the satisfaction. I sit here, the house quiet around me, the air heavy with loss, and I wait. I wait for whatever comes next. I think about Aiden, about Iron, about all the ordinary days we took for granted. I hope they didn't suffer, hope it was quick, hope that somewhere, somehow, they know how much I love them. I whisper their names into the silence, over and over, as if that might bring them back. But the only answer is the quiet, the empty space where my family used to be. If you're reading this, if you find this note, please, pay attention to the missing cat posters, the warnings, the little signs that something is wrong. Sometimes the things we ignore are the ones that matter most. Now I can almost feel the creatures behind me, shifting and waiting, ready to finish what they started. I won't turn around. I won't give them the satisfaction. I love you, Aiden. I love you, Iron. Wherever you are, I hope you remember. I hope you forgive me for not seeing, for not believing, for not doing more. I hope it didn't hurt. When I was 11 years old, I met Peter Pan, but not in the way children dream about. Now, so many years later, I know the truth. Peter Pan is real, and he is nothing like the storybooks say. He isn't a hero. He isn't a friend to lost children. He isn't even human, not really. And the story I'm about to share with you is the story of how I found out what he truly is, what Neverland truly is. I don't tell it for pity, and I don't tell it to frighten anyone for fun. I tell it because somewhere out there, another child might be staring out their window, hoping to be rescued from their pain by someone with a shadow that slips across the moon. And I need them to know what's waiting on the other side. That summer was one of the hardest times in my young life, though I didn't understand half of it at the time. My family was poor, money was tight, and the house always seemed filled with tension, like everyone was tiptoeing on thin glass that could crack at any moment. I had two older siblings, Sue and James. Sue was 15 and mostly lost in her own world, balancing school and the kind of friends who always seemed a little too grown up. James was 14, a year younger than Sue, but already hanging around with older kids, sneaking out, talking back to my parents, and, though I didn't understand it all then, getting into trouble with things he shouldn't have been involved in. Both of them were always busy, always annoyed to have to watch their kid brother. That was me, the extra chore, the tag-along, the one who made everything boring. One evening, after a long, quiet dinner, the three of us found ourselves in the yard, the sun low in the sky, painting the world gold and sleepy. I tried to get their attention, but Sue was on her phone, and James was pacing, looking bored. I don't remember exactly what we were playing, maybe tag, maybe just wasting time. What I do remember is the smell of dust and the distant sound of cars driving past, the way the world felt heavy with summer heat, and the uneasy tension between us, the way siblings sometimes have. That's when I saw the animal lying in the street, right where the curb curved toward the neighbor's yard. I stopped, staring, not sure what it was at first. My brother noticed my gaze and smirked, nudging Sue. "Go on, check it out," he said, his tone both teasing and daring, like he wanted to see what I would do. I stepped closer, slow and cautious, my feet crunching on the gravel, and realized it was a cat, except it didn't look much like a cat anymore. Its fur was matted and patchy, one eye missing and the other glazed over. There were bald spots and scratches, dark stains, wounds that looked old and new all at once. The tail was mostly gone, just a jagged stump, and it was missing a leg. I wanted to turn away, but James was watching me, his eyes sharp, daring me to back down. "Touch it," he ordered, his voice cold. Sue, horrified, whispered that it was disgusting, that I could get sick, but James just snapped at her, hitting her hard enough to leave a red mark on her cheek. She flinched and stepped back, holding her face, and I knew she wouldn't help me. I was alone. I hesitated, feeling the pressure of my brother's glare, and finally reached out, my hand trembling, barely brushing the animal's side. It felt wrong, cold, rubbery, heavy with the weight of death. James leaned close and told me to pick it up. I almost refused, but when I saw the anger in his eyes and remembered how easily he hurt Sue, I obeyed, lifting the cat as gently as I could, trying not to look at the wounds. I could smell the sharp, sour scent of decay, the way life leaves a body and something else settles in. He told me to bring it to our neighbor's house, an old woman who lived alone, who sometimes gave out candy at Halloween, and waved to me from her porch. "Put it on her doorstep," he whispered, "and ring the bell. Then run." I tried to protest, but he pushed me forward, and Sue stood frozen, eyes wide with fear. I set the cat down, wiped my hands on my jeans, and rang the bell. The old woman opened the door just as I darted behind a bush, but I heard her scream, sharp and scared. I peeked out, hoping to see my siblings, but they were gone, left me there to face the consequences alone. The old woman spotted me easily and started shouting. I ran home, my heart pounding with guilt and shame, wishing more than anything that I had stood up to James, wishing that Sue had helped me, wishing I was braver. That night, my parents scolded me harshly, believing every word James said. He told them it was my idea, that I was the one who put the cat there, that Sue had tried to stop me and I'd hit her. Sue nodded along, fear in her eyes, and I couldn't blame her. Every attempt I made to defend myself was brushed aside. I was sent to my room early, my stomach growling, the voices from the kitchen drifting up through the thin walls. I heard the table being set, the clink of plates, and waited for someone to calm me down, but no one ever did. I lay in bed, staring at the cracked ceiling, feeling more alone than I ever had in my life. The hours passed slowly. The house grew quiet, the world outside my window wrapped in shadow. The only light in my room came through the holes in my curtains, strips of moonlight stretching across the floor. I thought about running away, about what it would be like to disappear and never come back, but I knew I couldn't. I was only a kid, stuck where I was, with nowhere to go and no one who would believe me. Eventually, I drifted into a half-sleep, my thoughts tangled and restless. That's when he came. It started with a shadow moving against the curtains, a soft whisper of movement that made the hairs on my neck stand up. A hand reached through the gap, fingers pale and long, and then a boy, about my age, climbed through as easily as if the window was only a suggestion. He landed silently, the moonlight framing him like a ghost. I couldn't see his face clearly, his features were blurred by darkness, but I felt his eyes on me, sharp and bright, full of something I couldn't name. "It's been a hard day, hasn't it?" he said, his voice gentle but strange, as if he already knew everything about me. I didn't feel afraid, not then. There was something almost soothing about him, the promise of escape in every word. "Who are you?" I whispered, sitting up, rubbing my eyes as if I might wake up and find it was only a dream. "My name is Peter Pan," he answered softly. "And what if I told you there's a place you could go, a place where you would never have to worry about any of this again?" For a moment, I wanted to believe him. I wanted to go anywhere that wasn't here. "You want me to go to Neverland?" I asked, my voice trembling between hope and fear. He smiled, and in that smile was something both beautiful and terrifying. "To Neverland," he agreed. But I hesitated. Even after everything, I didn't want to leave Sue behind. She hadn't protected me, but I knew deep down that she cared, that she was just as trapped as I was. Peter seemed to understand. "Don't worry about your sister. We'll bring her soon. But first we have to prepare." He reached out his hand, and his fingers felt colder than I expected, like touching river water at night. "The reason birds can fly and we can't is simply because they have perfect faith," he whispered. "For to have faith is to have wings." He pulled me up, and suddenly we were flying. The feeling was like nothing I'd ever known, weightless, wild, untethered. The world fell away beneath us, city lights blurring into streams of color. I wasn't afraid. I felt joy, real joy, for the first time in as long as I could remember. We soared higher and higher, the air growing colder, thinner, the stars winking all around us. I watched the ground slip away, watched the ocean open up like a vast, endless night. The further we flew, the darker everything became, the last lights of home swallowed by the void. Eventually, an island appeared below us, a shadow darker than the sea, with jagged cliffs and twisted trees. There were no stars here, no moon, no clouds, just an endless, churning black. My joy began to fade, replaced by a prickling fear I tried to ignore. We landed on the island, the ground cold and uneven beneath my bare feet. The air smelled strange, sweet and rotten at the same time. I noticed right away that I hadn't seen Tinker Bell, or any fairies. I asked, "Peter, where's Tinker Bell?" He looked at me, his face lost in the gloom, but I could feel him smiling, and there was nothing kind about it. It was the kind of smile you see in nightmares, the kind that makes you want to run but keeps you frozen in place. He led me into a cave, the entrance hidden among tangled roots and rocks. The passage was long, winding deeper and deeper, the air growing stale and close. I could hear things breathing in the darkness, could feel the walls closing in. Sometimes Peter would stop, and I would feel a presence behind me, warm breath on my neck, but when I looked there was nothing there. After what felt like hours, a faint orange glow appeared ahead. We entered a wide chamber, the walls slick with something wet, the floor sticky and uneven. In the center of the cave, a fire burned, casting wild shadows. Peter told me to sit, his voice suddenly sharp, commanding. I obeyed, my legs shaking, trying to make sense of the strange flicker of light and movement. "Do you believe in fairies?" he asked, his voice echoing off the stone. "If you believe, clap your hands." I hesitated, then clapped, more out of fear than belief. The fire flared up, blinding me for a moment, and when my vision cleared, I wished I'd never seen what was in that cave. Scattered across the stone were bones and bodies, children's bodies, teenagers, their faces frozen in fear or pain. Some looked only a little older than me, others so young it made my heart ache. The bodies were twisted, mutilated, as if Peter had been playing with them, as if the story of Neverland was nothing but a lie. I tried to look away, but there was nowhere safe to look. All around us were cages, and inside the cages were fairies, tiny, broken creatures, their wings torn, their bodies battered and bleeding. Some were dead, but most were alive, shivering in pain. I saw sewing needles driven through their wings, little arms and legs missing, their eyes wide with silent screams. I stared at Peter, really seeing him for the first time. His skin was nearly white, stretched tight over sharp bones. His eyes were black with pupils like red coals, weeping blood that trickled down his cheeks. His mouth was too wide, and his smile was sincere, almost tender. Blood was crusted in his hair, fresh and old, and his clothes were made of some rough green cloth, stitched together with what I realized, sickeningly, was human hair. His arms and legs were thin, almost delicate, and his feet were covered in soft, old cloth shoes. I tried to run, but the entrance had disappeared. Peter didn't chase me. He just watched, his eyes never blinking, his smile never fading. "They grow up so fast," he said softly. "But here they'll stay young forever. They'll always be with me in Neverland." I collapsed, head in my hands, sobbing. Peter came over and grabbed my hair, dragging me upright. "I have a gift for you," he whispered. "I know you worried about your sister, so I brought her here with us." He turned my head toward the edge of the room, where Sue was chained to the wall. She looked terrible, her face streaked with tears and blood, her eyes wide with terror and betrayal. Peter leaned in close to me, whispering that Sue was too old to stay in Neverland, that she liked growing up, and that she had chosen to age. He chained me up across from her, so I couldn't look away as he worked on her. I screamed and begged him to stop, but he only laughed. What happened next is burned into my memory forever, but I will not describe it in detail here. I watched as Peter hurt my sister, piece by piece, stripping away her dignity, her hope, her life. She never stopped fighting, never stopped trying to reach me with her eyes, even when she couldn't speak anymore. When it was over, I was left sobbing, empty, more broken than I ever thought possible. Peter didn't kill me. Not yet. He said he liked having someone to talk to, someone who remembered what it was like to be new. Night after night, he brings new children to the cave, repeating the same promises, the same lies. I tried to warn them at first, but Peter taught me quickly and painfully never to interfere. Now I sit quietly, watching, waiting, hoping for some way out. Hoping, sometimes, for an end. I miss Sue every day, and I'm sorry I couldn't save her. I'm sorry I couldn't save myself. If you ever see a shadow move across your window at night, if you ever hear a voice whisper that you could be free, that you could fly away to somewhere better, don't listen. Neverland is not a place for children, and Peter Pan is not your friend. Sometimes, the stories that promise you escape are just another trap, waiting for someone like you to believe. I hope someday someone finds this, and I hope they remember Sue. I hope you remember me too. I don't know how much longer I have, but I will try to hold on to myself, hold on to hope, for as long as I can. When you're a single father, there are two things you learn quickly: how to balance exhaustion with love, and how to notice the small moments that make the weight of life feel lighter. My son, David, is my entire world. He's the reason I drag myself out of bed in the morning, the reason I push through long work hours, the reason I try, no matter how tired or worn down I feel. I never want him to think he isn't worth the effort. So, when he found out about a contest offering a family trip to Disney World, a real, honest-to-goodness, golden ticket type dream, I didn't want to kill his excitement with my usual adult skepticism. We're not the kind of people who win contests. But I let him fill out the form, standing beside him at the kitchen counter, watching the hope bloom in his eyes as he wrote his name in careful block letters. I knew the odds, but I wanted him to have the memory of that hope. After the contest was over, I did what any parent desperate to make their kid smile would do. I faked a letter, made it look official, and tucked it in our rusty mailbox for him to find after school. The look on his face when he opened it, the way he grinned so hard I thought his cheeks might split, that's the kind of moment that makes everything else worth it. He never questioned why the family pack was only 2 tickets, never doubted for a second that he and I could take on the world together. The weeks leading up to our trip passed in a flurry of early mornings and extra work hours as I scraped together enough money for gas, food, and the little souvenirs he'd want. By the time the big day rolled around, David was so excited he could barely sleep, already packed and ready the night before, his small backpack loaded with a hat, sunscreen, and a carefully folded map of the park he'd made himself. I wish I could say that Disney World was everything I wanted it to be. In some ways it was the laughter, the bright colors, the sense of being in a place built on dreams. But honestly, for me, it was mostly hot. It was the kind of heat that sticks to your skin, soaks through your shirt, makes every step feel heavier. The lines were endless, the crowds thick, the noise so loud it seemed to press in on all sides. But David didn't care. He was completely wrapped up in the magic, eyes shining as he ran from one ride to the next, tugging me along, never wanting to waste a second. He loved the characters, especially the mascots, the costumed giants that seemed to appear around every corner. He would run up to them, wave, talk, laugh, but always seemed just a little bit disappointed that they never spoke back. I tried to explain, told him it was part of the rules, but he didn't like letting things go. He would stand there, waiting for a reply, even as I gently pulled him away, trying to keep us moving. There was a moment early in the day that I didn't think much of at the time. David reached for Goofy's hand, just a kid wanting a little magic, and then suddenly pulled away, his face troubled. His hand felt weird, he whispered, but when I asked him to explain, he just shook his head, eyes darting away. I looked up at Goofy, gave a little wave, but the oversized, unmoving head only stared back with those black, empty eyes. It unsettled me in a way I couldn't name. I shrugged it off. After all, costumes are always a little strange up close, right? We pushed through the rest of the day, melting under the sun, grabbing overpriced snacks, taking pictures in front of every landmark. After the sun dipped behind the buildings, the air cooled, and the park seemed to come alive with a different kind of energy. The fireworks began, painting the sky in brilliant bursts of color, echoing off the distant castle. I wrapped my arm around David as we watched, both of us tired but content. In that moment, with the noise of the crowd fading and the night sky glowing, it almost felt like we were the only two people there. But as the grand finale faded, I noticed something odd. The mascots, who had been clustered all around us, had vanished. I felt relief more than anything. Their silent, looming presence had always made me uneasy. We began making our way toward the exit, following the slow river of families shuffling toward the gates. David tugged at my sleeve, whispering that he needed to use the bathroom. The crowd was thick, everyone focused on getting out, so I squeezed his hand tighter, trying not to lose him. But all it took was one jostle, one moment when someone bumped into me, and his small hand slipped out of mine. I spun around, heart pounding, searching the crowd for his face. I called his name, my voice nearly lost in the swell of goodbyes and laughter. I pushed through the people, panic rising, trying to catch a glimpse of his blue shirt or the faded red hat he wore. It felt like forever, but in truth it was only a minute or two before I heard his voice, a small, trembling "Hello?" floating through the thinning crowd. I rushed toward the sound, and there he was, standing under a street lamp, eyes wide and glistening with tears. Standing beside him, impossibly tall in the dim light, was Mickey Mouse. I tried to calm myself, tried to focus, but the mascot's head seemed even larger, more unnatural in the half-dark. David reached for me, clutching my hand, but wouldn't let go of Mickey's gloved paw. "He won't say goodbye to me," David sniffed, disappointment mingling with fear in his voice. I knelt down beside him, tried to reason with Mickey as if he were just another tired worker. "Please," I whispered, "just say goodbye. It's all he wants." The giant head didn't move, didn't so much as nod. Silence stretched out between us. I stood, ready to lead David away, when another figure approached, Goofy, looming larger than I remembered, his head tilted, the costume's fabric shifting in the light in a way that looked almost alive. I reached for Mickey's arm, determined to end the moment before it could get any weirder. But when my hand made contact, I froze. The arm beneath the fabric was too thin, too flexible. It felt wrong, like grabbing onto something that was trying not to hold a shape at all. David's face contorted in confusion and fear as Mickey's grip tightened. He struggled, crying out, and my protective instincts kicked in. "Let go!" I shouted, trying to pull my son away, but the mascot wouldn't release him. Goofy was getting closer now, the light falling on his costume in such a way that I could see dozens, no, hundreds, of tiny movements rippling under the surface, like fingers pressing out from the inside, stretching and squirming just beneath the fabric. My stomach twisted in fear. In desperation, I balled my fist and swung at Mickey's oversized head. It wobbled, nearly coming off, hanging by a single, writhing black strand that seemed to move on its own, pulling the head back into place. The grip on David's arm loosened, and I yanked him free, clutching him tightly. But before we could run, I felt two thin arms, far too light to be human, wrap around my chest from behind. I spun, coming face to face with Goofy, his wide, empty eyes fixed on mine. "Run, David!" I managed, my voice thick with terror. David hesitated only a second before breaking free, bolting toward the nearest gate. I struggled, pulling at Goofy's grip, fear clawing at my throat. Suddenly, a new voice sliced through the tension, a soft, melodic voice that seemed at once sweet and utterly unfeeling. "That's enough." I turned. Standing beneath a lamp across the walkway was Sleeping Beauty herself, her hands clasped, her gown glowing softly. She smiled, a perfect, practiced smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Sorry," she said gently. "Nighttime is feeding time." There was a strange kindness in her tone, as if this were all just a misunderstanding. She nodded at Goofy, who let me go and stepped back, blending into the shadows. Sleeping Beauty walked toward us, her every movement smooth and practiced. She knelt in front of David, meeting his eyes. "We have to take care of our young, don't we?" she said, her voice sweet but somehow hollow. "What's your name, little one?" David looked up at me for reassurance, then whispered, "David." She smiled wider, revealing perfect white teeth. "Goodbye, David. And good night." She stood, looking at me, the smile stretching just a little too far. Then she pointed at my arm. I looked down, noticing what I thought was a stray hair clinging to my skin. But as I watched, it began to spread, thin strands multiplying, reaching out, curling around my arm. There was a sudden, sharp prick, dozens of tiny threads trying to burrow into my skin. Panic rising, I scraped at the mass, pulling it loose with shaking hands. The strands clung, fighting me, but finally snapped away. I flung the writhing clump onto the pavement. Without a word, Sleeping Beauty bent and scooped it up, cradling it in her gloved hands as if it were a small animal. She nodded, her smile softening, and turned away. I didn't wait to see what she would do next. I grabbed David, scooping him into my arms, and ran for the exit. As we reached the edge of the park, I risked a glance back. Every mascot we'd seen that day stood together in the shadows, silently watching, their faces frozen in those same painted smiles. For a moment, I felt the weight of their gaze, heavy and cold. The car ride home was quiet. David was asleep within minutes, clutching the stuffed animal I'd bought him as a last-minute peace offering. I drove with the windows down, the wind tugging at the hair on my arms, every stray strand sending a fresh wave of fear through me. I couldn't shake the memory of those shifting costumes, of the thing that had tried to nest in my skin, of Sleeping Beauty's two bright eyes and inhuman smile. I tried asking David about what happened, tried to talk it through, but he only remembered the good things. He smiled when he talked about the rides, the fireworks, the cotton candy. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe children see the magic because they want to, and adults see the truth because we can't help it. All I know is this: if we ever go back, we'll make sure to leave before closing time. And maybe, just maybe, we'll steer clear of the mascots altogether. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The city always seemed different at night, its energy shifting from the frantic urgency of the day to something more drawn out, almost cautious, under the glow of tired street lamps. Michael Cannon, known in a world few would believe as pathos, walked quietly, letting the evening's calm sink into him. His thoughts drifted, swirling gently around memories and worries, and the strange work he did for Basilisk. Few could imagine the burden of carrying other people's pain, let alone the responsibility of sometimes using it to help, or to hurt, if there was no other way. Pathos had long learned that his gift was both a blessing and a curse. There were days it felt like his bones were made of regret. He didn't notice the mugger right away, not until the shape peeled away from the shadows, glancing quickly up and down the empty stretch of sidewalk. Even then, it was the sharp metallic click of a blade that truly brought Pathos back to the present, making his breath catch for just a second. But his reaction wasn't fear, it was something closer to tired patience, as if he'd expected trouble sooner or later. The mugger was younger, mean-spirited in the way of someone who's had enough bad luck to think the world owed him. He demanded money, voice trembling with a hunger for control. Pathos turned just enough to show he was listening, his hands raised but his spirit unmoved. They exchanged words, Pathos, calm but with a shadow behind his eyes, the mugger, growing more desperate, more threatening. When Pathos tried to defuse things with words, the man only pressed harder, his knife flashing with nervous energy. Finally, with a soft sigh, almost an apology, Pathos used his power. The mugger's pain was immediate and invisible, sharp as fire in his wrists and arms, no blood but pure suffering. He dropped the knife, eyes wide, confusion giving way to terror. With every gesture Pathos made, the pain changed, intensified, a haunting mirror of what the mugger had done to others in his life. When the mugger began to weep, broken and confused, Pathos quietly called the police, never raising his voice, never letting his own hurt show. The officers arrived quickly, and the mugger was too shaken to resist, mumbling the truth as he was led away. The cop gave Pathos a worried look, but Pathos just nodded, his face tired and gentle. When they left, he remained for a while in the stillness, knowing that tonight, he had given out as much pain as he'd taken on. He felt it settle in his chest, heavy and cold, but he had learned to carry it. Every scar, every ache, it was the price of helping people in a world that so often forgot how to be kind. He turned away from the bus stop and started walking again, the night pressing softly against his skin. He moved like a man with nowhere to be, but the truth was, someone was waiting for him, a man named Gerard Ripley, whose story was even stranger than his own. Pathos thought of the phone call that had pulled him out into the night, the brief but urgent words about a man in need, someone broken in ways most people could never see. Ripley was good at finding such people, good at gathering those the world had pushed to the edge and giving them a new place, a new family. That was what Basilisk was, not just a gang, but a haven for the gifted, the scarred, the strange. Inside the bright, quiet clinic, Daniel's world was spinning. The transition from the darkness and cruelty of captivity to this strange, almost gentle place was jarring. He woke up slowly, each blink clearing away another layer of fear. The bed was soft, the lights too bright, and for a long moment, he was convinced it was all a trick, some cruel joke by his captors. His mind catalogued the exits, the positions of the men outside the double doors, the weight of his own exhaustion pressing him down. For weeks, he'd known only a hard mattress and stale air, the sound of locks and the taste of his own hopelessness. Now, the smell of cookies and the low hum of a refrigerator felt like something out of a forgotten childhood. He sat up, moving carefully, every muscle sore and uncertain. The men outside noticed him. One was Korean, the other Latino, both dressed in matching uniforms with colored sleeves and utility pouches. Their faces didn't show anger or suspicion, just curiosity. When they entered, Daniel braced himself, but their movements were relaxed. Kim introduced himself, voice soft, and Estes followed, his manner easy but alert. They explained, in matter-of-fact tones, that they'd been sent to rescue Daniel. He barely believed them. He ate the cookie only because he watched them eat first, then washed it down with cold water that stung his empty stomach. In a world that had been stripped of comfort, Daniel's satchel under the bed was a lifeline. He pulled out the family photograph, the edges worn from years of handling, and pressed it to his heart, struggling to keep tears from falling. Estes and Kim watched without judgment. Moments later, their boss arrived. Gerard Ripley was impossible to miss. His presence filled the room, not just because he was part reptile, half man, half iguana, with blue skin and white spikes, but because there was something old and wise about his eyes. He spoke to Daniel plainly, offering him a choice: join Basilisk, or just take the help being offered. There were no threats, only a gentle pressure, the kind that came from someone used to getting his way but unwilling to use force. Daniel's instincts screamed for him to run. He slipped away, slipping through unfamiliar corridors, out into the warm night air. He found the fence, the garden, the pond, every inch of the place unfamiliar but meticulously cared for. He could have left, maybe he should have, but something made him turn back. He found himself walking the halls again, returning to the clinic. When he came back inside, nobody scolded him. Ripley only smiled. "You made the right choice by staying," he said, and Daniel believed him. In the weeks that followed, Daniel found himself drawn into the orbit of Basilisk's strange family. There was Michael Cannon, Pathos, whose haunted eyes and gentle words slowly built trust in Daniel's heart. Pathos knew things without being told, seemed to understand the pain Daniel carried without needing to pry. There was Dago Esteban, Lerna, whose patience and stubborn hopefulness reminded Daniel of an older brother he'd once had. Lerna wore his jacket tied around his waist and his heart on his sleeve, using his own painful past to help others. But the most mysterious was Simon Lee Kirby, Sacrifice. Simon wore a necklace with both a cross and a Star of David, a quiet rebellion against the idea that salvation belonged to only one group. His devotion was gentle but absolute, his strength quiet but unmistakable. He told Daniel, one evening, about the experiment he performed on himself. Desperate for power, for the ability to set things right, Simon had injected himself with ionic energy particles, little by little, risking everything. It had worked. He was now nearly invulnerable, able to glow with an energy that could burn or heal. But it had come at a cost. Frequent bathroom breaks, pain he never spoke about, a scar on his back where he'd given up a piece of himself to save another life. Daniel listened, struck by the kindness and humility of a man who had lost almost as much as he'd gained. The days passed quietly, but Daniel's nightmares didn't fade. He woke in cold sweats, his hands shaking, memories of needles and cold water and the twisted faces of his captors flashing behind his eyes. Ripley and the others worked patiently with him, never forcing, always waiting for him to come to them. They made space for his pain, never pretending it wasn't real or important. One evening, Ripley brought a strange mask, metal, heavy, shaped like a blindfolded leopard's face. He called it the binding mask, an artifact from far away, and explained its purpose with the slow, careful words of someone who had used it before. Pathos took over the conversation, drawing Daniel's memories of military training and old fears, reminding him that sometimes suffering had a purpose. With the help of the others, Ripley fit the mask over Daniel's face and lit the special powder inside. The smoke filled his lungs, and Daniel drifted into a trance, the fear falling away, replaced by a strange calm. When he woke, tired but clear-headed, he understood. Ripley had shown him that trust was possible, that control could be given and taken away without cruelty. In the gentle routine of Basilisk's headquarters, Daniel slowly healed. He spent time in the gardens, watching koi drift in their pond, feeling the sun on his face for the first time in what felt like years. He talked with Pathos about forgiveness, with Arna about patience, with Sacrifice about faith. They never rushed him, never pushed him to join or commit to anything. They shared their stories, of suffering, of hope, of small victories and deep regrets. For Daniel, it was the first time he'd felt like more than a weapon or a victim. He began to imagine a future, if only a small one, where his pain might serve some greater purpose. After some weeks, Ripley suggested a road trip. There was someone in Kentucky who might help Daniel continue his recovery, someone with experience in trauma, healing, and starting over. Daniel was nervous, but agreed. They drove across the country, miles slipping past like the slow unfolding of a memory. The landscapes changed, city giving way to country, mountains to fields. Daniel watched the world roll by, sometimes talking, sometimes lost in thought. In a small town, he asked Estes to pull over so he could visit a war memorial. He stood in silence, reading the names, feeling the weight of sacrifice. Kim joined him, quiet and respectful, and they shared a moment of silent understanding. At last, they arrived in Kentucky. Missy and her assistant Kent greeted them at the door, their faces open and honest. The house was warm, filled with the smell of cooking and old photographs. Daniel found himself at ease for the first time in a long while. Over dinner, they laughed and talked, Kent and Daniel finding common ground in their love of baseball and old movies. Missy watched with gentle eyes, seeing both the pain and the hope in Daniel's face. Later that evening, Missy led Daniel to her laboratory. She explained the procedure. A machine would help record and play back his memories, making it possible for others to see what he'd been through without forcing him to relive it in words. It was Daniel's choice, always his choice. Kim and Estes waited outside, giving him space. He agreed, his heart pounding but steady. The process was simple: electrodes on his chest, a helmet-like device over his head, a gentle anesthetic to ease him into sleep. Missy's voice was soft and steady, and as Daniel drifted off, he felt the old dreams slipping away, replaced by something quieter and safer. He woke later in a soft bed, a DVD player and stacks of movies nearby. Water and juice waited for him, and he felt the touch of care in the small details: a shirt folded neatly, a window cracked to let in fresh air. He watched a movie, letting the gentle comedy distract him from the weight of memory. Kent visited, sitting with him in companionable silence. They talked about regret and redemption, about the small ways people tried to atone for their mistakes. Daniel realized that everyone in this strange new family was trying to make up for something, trying to use their pain to help others. Meanwhile, Missy and the others watched the recording of Daniel's memories. They saw his happy moments, his friendships, his love for his family. They watched, horrified, as he found his parents' bodies, heard the mocking phone call, saw the blood and the brokenness. They witnessed his rage, his desperate search for answers, his guilt over missing the funeral. They saw the experiments, the pain, the cruel games of his captors, and the violence he was forced to commit just to survive. The room was silent when the video ended, each person quietly mourning the loss and suffering they'd witnessed. Ripley spoke softly, acknowledging the horror, promising that those responsible would not escape justice. In the days that followed, Daniel became a part of the household. He trained with Ripley, learned to use his powers with discipline and compassion, and found ways to channel his pain into purpose. He talked with Missy and Kent, sharing stories late into the night, slowly rebuilding his sense of self. When he finally decided to join Basilisk, it was not out of obligation or desperation, but out of genuine trust and hope. Ripley welcomed him with a simple ceremony, 3 small pricks on his finger, a mark of faithfulness, a new name, devotee. Daniel felt the old weight lift from his shoulders, replaced by something lighter, something that might one day be called peace. Even as he grew stronger, the past never truly left him. Nightmares returned sometimes, triggered by a sound or a memory. But now, when he woke sweating and afraid, there were friends nearby, people who understood and stayed with him until he felt safe again. The house was never silent. There was always someone awake, someone reading, someone humming a song in the kitchen. Daniel learned to find comfort in the small routines: morning coffee with pathos, sparring sessions with Arna, quiet prayers with sacrifice. He spent time with each member of Basilisk, learning their stories and secrets. Pathos became a mentor, teaching Daniel how to navigate the storm of other people's pain without drowning in it. Darna shared stories of his own family, of childhood struggles and hard-earned wisdom. Sacrifice, ever humble, encouraged Daniel to find meaning in every day, to see even the smallest victories as signs of progress. Missy taught him about forgiveness, not just for others, but for himself. As the seasons changed, Daniel found new strength. He painted the fences, tended the gardens, mended broken things around the house. He learned to cook, to fix cars, to build and rebuild. Each small act of care became a way to heal, to knit together the torn places inside him. When Ripley brought new people to the house, lost, frightened, searching, Daniel was the first to welcome them, sharing his own story, listening to theirs. There were setbacks. Some nights, the darkness felt overwhelming, the memories too sharp. On those nights, Pathos would sit with him, silent and steady, letting Daniel cry or rage or simply sit in silence. Darna would offer a joke or a story, sacrifice a prayer. Missy would make tea, and Kent would watch old movies with him until the sun rose. Together, they made it through each night, one breath at a time. In time, Daniel took up the shield Ripley gave him, customizing it with the photograph of his family. He learned to use it, not just as a weapon, but as a reminder of why he fought. He swore never to use his strength for cruelty, never to become the monster his captors wanted him to be. Instead, he became a protector, a mentor, a friend. He patrolled the city at night, helping those who had nowhere else to go, always returning to the house where the lights were left on for him. His story became one of quiet resilience, of hope carved from pain. He was no longer just a survivor, or a victim, or an experiment gone wrong. He was Daniel, called devotee, brother to Pathos and Narna, friend to Sacrifice, and a member of Basilisk. Together, they faced the darkness, trusting in each other, healing a little more each day. The house was never silent, never empty. There was always laughter, always tears, always hope. And so, the story continued, no longer just Daniel's, but the story of everyone who had ever been lost and found again, everyone who had ever chosen trust over fear, kindness over vengeance, hope over despair. The house on the quiet street was full of memories, some too painful to speak aloud, some shining bright as the morning sun. In every corner there was the echo of laughter, the quiet whisper of forgiveness, and the promise that, no matter how dark the world became, no one had to face it alone. I have always hated scarecrows. Even when I was a child, there was something about those awkward, straw-filled figures that made my skin crawl. Maybe it was their silence, the way they stood motionless in empty fields, always staring, always watching, like they were waiting for something or someone. My parents used to tell me not to be scared. "They're just to scare the birds away, honey," my mom would say, smiling as she ruffled my hair. "They're nothing but old clothes and sticks," my dad would joke. "Scarecrows just want to make friends. That's why they're always waving at the crows." But I knew deep down that scarecrows were never smiling for the birds. As I grew up, my fear dulled into a faint unease. I still didn't like seeing scarecrows, especially on misty autumn mornings when the fog clung to their ragged forms, turning their button eyes into black, empty pits. But I learned to laugh it off, push away the childhood terror. College was supposed to be about new beginnings, and I told myself that I'd left all that childish nonsense behind. That was before last Halloween. Now, when I close my eyes at night, the image that haunts me isn't just a memory from my past, it's the reason I'll never look at a scarecrow the same way again. It was a cold Thursday morning, the air sharp with the promise of October's end. On campus, orange and black banners hung from the lampposts, and everywhere you looked, people were talking about their Halloween plans. My friend Dennis was one of those people who never missed a party. He cornered me in the cafe, his smile a little too bright for how early it was. "You should come, Joe," he said, sliding into the seat across from me before my first class. "It's our last real chance before exams to let loose. You deserve a break." I sipped my coffee, the warmth barely chasing away my tiredness. "People party during exams too," I pointed out, though we both knew I rarely joined in. "Besides, Halloween parties are just an excuse for everyone to get drunk and act like idiots." Dennis just grinned. "Come on, it'll be fun. You can't tell me you're not a little curious about dressing up." I looked down, brushing a stray thread off my sleeve. Projects were piling up, stress tightening my shoulders. Maybe a party would be a good distraction. "Fine," I said after a moment. "But I'm not promising to stay long." Dennis high-fived me, relief and excitement written all over his face. He called me the night of the party, his voice buzzing with energy. "Hey, you ready?" I could hear laughter and music in the background, already feeling like an outsider. "Are you here?" I asked, glancing at my hastily thrown-together pirate costume in the mirror. "Yup, I'm outside." "Let's go." I locked up my apartment, clutching my purse a little tighter than usual, and stepped into the chilly night. Dennis waited in his Honda Civic, already wearing a ridiculous cowboy hat and plastic mustache. I slid into the passenger seat, shivering as I buckled in. "I thought you said the party was close?" I asked, eyebrow raised. "Why do we need your car?" Dennis winced. "Change of plans. They moved it to a friend's house out by the woods, big place, lots of room, nobody to complain about the noise." The words made my stomach clench a little, but I shrugged. "As long as you're driving." He laughed and cranked up the music, pulling away from the curb. The drive took almost an hour. By the time we reached the house, the night had settled in, thick and dark. The house was bigger than I expected, 3 stories of battered brick and warped wood, its porch spilling over with students in half-baked costumes. A bonfire blazed in the backyard, flickering shadows dancing across the lawn. I could smell cheap beer and smoke, hear laughter and shouting as we made our way up the steps. Inside, it was even more crowded, people pressed shoulder to shoulder, cups in hand, music thumping through the walls. I stuck close to Dennis at first, letting him introduce me to friends and classmates whose faces blurred together in the dim, colored lights. As the hours slipped by, I relaxed a little. Someone handed me a drink, then another. I even found myself laughing at a group of guys trying to dance in full werewolf costumes, their fake claws getting tangled in each other's fur. At midnight, the energy changed. I found myself near the kitchen, the thrum of conversation quieter here. That's when I overheard them, the clown and the skeleton, standing by the counter, voices low. "They still haven't found her?" the clown said, his painted smile twisted by worry. "She's dead for sure." The skeleton nodded, eyes darting. "Either that or she's locked up somewhere. You know how these things go." My curiosity got the better of me. "Who are you talking about?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The clown hesitated, glancing at his friend. "Some girl from campus. She vanished after the corn maze last week." I frowned, the story tugging at a memory. "You mean Cecilia Bowman?" I asked, the name suddenly bubbling up from some news alert I'd half ignored. The skeleton grinned, but there was no humor in it. "Yeah, that's the one. Nobody's seen her since. The cops searched everywhere." I started to walk away, their conversation sitting heavy in my stomach, when a strange sound cut through the noise, a thin, high whimper that almost didn't sound human. The clown heard it too. "Turn down the music!" he shouted, and a girl in a Wednesday Addams costume quickly obeyed. For a second, the only sound was the crackling of the bonfire and the distant hoot of an owl. Then the scream came, sharp and desperate. It sliced through the silence, sending everyone rushing to the windows. I squeezed my way to the glass, my heart thudding. Outside, a girl stood in the driveway, clutching her stomach, blood darkening her white dress. Her face was twisted in terror, and as she staggered forward, she screamed again, her voice raw with pain. "He's dead! She killed him!" she wailed, stumbling toward the porch. "Who's dead?" someone yelled from the crowd. The girl took one last step, then slowly peeled her hands from her stomach. I'll never forget what happened next, the way her insides spilled out onto the ground, glistening in the porch light. People screamed, some bolted for the door, others just froze, unable to process what they were seeing. I stood rooted to the spot, the world narrowing to a single point. Then, movement at the edge of my vision snapped me back. In the darkness beyond the driveway, near the tree line, something was standing perfectly still. For a moment, I thought it was just another Halloween decoration, maybe a prop someone had set up to spook the guests. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw her. Not a scarecrow, but something pretending to be one. She wore a shredded, oversized sweatshirt, bits of straw poking through the holes, and her hair hung in tangled clumps over a face stitched into a horrible, ragged smile. Her eyes were wide, white, and empty, voids that seemed to swallow the light. "In the trees!" I shouted, my voice breaking. Someone shined a flashlight into the woods, the beam trembling. The scarecrow girl jerked her head toward the light, her stitched mouth twisting, and then she moved. The way she moved, fast and unnatural, as if her joints bent in the wrong directions, sent a cold shudder through me. She darted back into the darkness, vanishing in an instant. Panic erupted. People were shouting, some running for their cars, others dialing 911 with shaking hands. It felt like forever before the police arrived, red and blue lights turning the yard into a spinning carnival of color. The injured girl was rushed away in an ambulance, barely conscious, blood soaking the stretcher. For hours we waited while the police searched the woods, their flashlights bobbing like fireflies between the trees. They found nothing, no sign of the girl's boyfriend, no footprints, no trace of the scarecrow thing I'd seen. The rest of us huddled in the living room, giving statements one by one, our faces pale and hollow in the harsh light. When it was my turn, I told the officers everything, the scarecrow in the woods, her face, her hands that glinted like razors in the moonlight. I expected them to laugh, to chalk it up to panic or too much alcohol. But instead, the detective just nodded slowly. He reached into his folder and slid a photograph across the table. "Is this her?" he asked. I stared at the picture, a girl with light hair, tired eyes, a faint smile on her lips. I recognized her immediately. "That's her," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. "That's the girl I saw." The detective looked at his partner, his face grim. "Cecilia Bowman," he said. She's been missing for 2 weeks. After that night, things changed. The party became a legend, a warning whispered in dorm rooms and cafeterias. People talked about what they'd seen, the screams, the girl's wounds, the scarecrow in the trees. Some dismissed it as hysteria, a drunken hallucination blown out of proportion. Others swore they'd seen something, too, a shadow moving among the branches, the flash of white eyes watching from the fields. The woods near the house were declared off-limits, patrol cars parked at the edge, but sometimes at night you could still hear the wind rattling through the corn, like straw fingers dragging along the ground. I couldn't sleep. Every night, I replayed what I'd seen, trying to convince myself it wasn't real. But every morning, I woke with the memory still fresh, the stitched smile, the white eyes, the way the scarecrow girl moved like she was being pulled by invisible strings. I read every news report, every rumor, hoping for an explanation. They never found Cecilia's body. Her boyfriend was listed as a missing person. Some people said the police found bits of straw at the edge of the woods, others claimed they found nothing at all. I started dreaming about scarecrows again. In my dreams, I'd be back in those fields behind my childhood home, the sun sinking low, the shadows growing longer. The scarecrows would turn their heads to follow me as I walked, their button eyes wide and hungry. Sometimes, one would step down from its post, straw falling from its sleeves, its stitched smile growing wider and wider until it split open and swallowed me whole. One night, I woke with a scream lodged in my throat. The moonlight painted long shadows on my wall, and for a moment I thought I saw her, Cecilia, or what was left of her, standing in the corner, head tilted, eyes empty. I tried to tell myself it was just a dream, just a trick of the light. But every time I closed my eyes I saw her again. Rumors spread that fall, stories about the cornfields, about a scarecrow with a girl's face wandering between the rows at night. Some people claimed to hear her singing, a high, broken lullaby that made the dogs howl and the crows scatter. Someone even said they found an old, rusted locket out by the fence, the initials, CB, scratched into the back. Others swore they saw figures moving in the fields on foggy mornings, too tall, too thin, heads twisted at odd angles. No one wanted to go near the woods anymore. Halloween passed, but the fear lingered. I started seeing scarecrows everywhere, propped on porches, in yards, outside grocery stores. Every time I passed one, I imagined it turning to watch me, its eyes following me down the street. I stopped taking shortcuts across the fields. I stopped walking alone at night. I started locking every window, every door, double-checking the locks before I went to bed. Dennis tried to laugh it off, to make light of what happened, but I could see the fear in his eyes, too. It was just some psycho in a costume, he'd say, forcing a grin. But he never went near the woods after that. Neither did I. As winter settled in, the story faded from most people's minds. New rumors, new parties, new faces took its place. But for those of us who were there, the memory never really left. Sometimes I'd get a text from someone who'd been at the party, a simple, "Can't sleep, thinking about that night." Or once, just a picture of a scarecrow propped in someone's yard, with a message, "She's watching." Months later, I got a call from one of the police officers who had taken my statement. "We've had a few more sightings," he said, his voice low. "People have gone missing near the woods. Same patterns. Same rumors. You haven't seen anything, have you?" I told him no, but the truth was, I sometimes thought I saw her out of the corner of my eye, watching from the edge of a crowd, drifting between the trees when the fog was thick and the night was quiet. Sometimes, late at night, I hear a soft whistling outside my window, a sound that could be the wind, or could be something else. I remind myself it's nothing, but still, I check the locks. I pull the curtains tight. I dream of scarecrows standing guard in the fields, waiting for someone to wander too close, waiting for the chance to step down from their posts and slip into the darkness. People still ask me, sometimes, why I hate scarecrows. I smile, tell them it's just a childhood fear I never outgrew. But deep down, I know it's more than that. I know that somewhere, out in those empty fields, there's something waiting, something that once was a girl, something made of straw and pain and broken promises, wearing a smile that isn't hers and eyes that never close. And I know that as long as there are scarecrows in the fields, I'll never really feel safe again. So if you're ever out late on a chilly autumn night, and you pass a cornfield shrouded in mist, do yourself a favor. Don't look too long at the scarecrows. Don't linger near the fence. And if you hear a whistling, thin and sad, drifting across the rows of corn, walk a little faster. Whatever you do, don't stop to see who's watching. Because some scarecrows are more than just old clothes and straw. Some are waiting for you to notice them. Some are waiting to come home. When I was a kid, my mom used to talk about faith as if it was the only thing holding the world together. I never truly understood it, not the way she did, but there were moments, quiet, strange moments, that seemed to reach out from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. Sometimes late at night, when I was supposed to be asleep, I'd lie in bed and imagine what it would be like if God really spoke to me. Not in the stories, not through some preacher, but directly, as if he was right there, whispering into the dark. As I grew up, I told myself those days of listening for voices in the night were over. That's what kids do, not college students buried under textbooks and assignments, cramming for finals in libraries that smell like coffee and old carpet. But tonight, as I sat hunched over a glowing computer in the near-deserted lab, I realized that some fears, and some beliefs, never really leave you. It was late, close to 11, and the library was almost empty. Only a few students were left, scattered here and there. I'd been in the computer lab for hours, my eyes blurry from spreadsheets, my mind numb with equations that refused to add up. Most people had packed up and gone home, leaving behind half-erased marker stains and empty coffee cups. A couple of times, I'd caught myself watching the clock, wondering if I should just give up and come back tomorrow, but the silence made it feel like leaving wasn't an option. There's something about big empty buildings at night. They seem to breathe, or maybe you just notice your own breathing more. I was halfway through the last question when I heard it. A voice, deep and rough and far too close, spoke my name, the syllables drawn out like a warning. "Jedediah, it's me, God. Are you listening?" The voice didn't echo, but it felt as if it pressed in from all directions at once, settling against the back of my neck. I froze, hands still hovering over the keyboard. My mouth was suddenly dry, my heart thudding in my chest. I didn't want to turn around, but I whispered anyway, my voice shaky and small. "Yes." The voice came again, just as low and steady, but now edged with something colder. "Good. Jedediah, listen closely, and whatever you do, do not turn around." I found myself obeying without thinking, staring straight ahead at the flickering computer screen. I remembered the last time I'd heard that voice. I must have been 12, maybe younger, at the bowling alley with my friends. We'd been messing around, laughing and trying to act cool, and I'd just bowled a strike when I heard someone tell me to move. It wasn't urgent, just calm, but it sent chills down my spine. I turned and saw nothing, no one within 30 feet. I listened to the voice though. I walked away. Not a minute later, an old light fixture came crashing down right where I'd been standing. The adults said it was luck, a freak accident, but my mom looked at me like she knew better. "God is always watching, Jed," she told me that night. "If you ever hear him, you listen." Back then, I didn't question her. Now, all these years later, the voice was back, and I didn't dare ignore it. The computer lab hummed with quiet machinery, and the harsh light overhead. I kept my eyes fixed on the screen, even as the urge to look behind me grew stronger, like a tickle crawling up my spine. I could see the reflection of the room in the dark monitor, the rows of computers lined up like soldiers, empty chairs pulled out at odd angles. It was just me and a few rows ahead, a girl in a striped dress. Rachel, I thought, or maybe Rochelle. She'd always sat near the front in our econometrics class, usually with her head down in her notebook. She must have noticed me watching, because she turned, her face shadowed by the soft light. "Oh. Hey, Jed," she said, managing a tight smile. I tried to smile back, but my face felt stiff. "Hey," I started, but she stopped, her eyes flicking to something just above me. She didn't speak, but her hand shot up to cover her mouth, and she took a step backward. I wanted to turn, just to see what was there, but the voice, louder now, heavier, cut through the urge. "No!" it commanded, and I stayed frozen. Rachel's expression twisted with fear, and before I could say anything else, she turned and ran, her footsteps echoing down the empty hallway. The door banged shut behind her, and the silence returned, thicker than before. I took a shaky breath, staring straight ahead, my palms slick with sweat. "God?" I whispered. "Why can't I turn around?" The answer came slowly, almost taunting. "You remember what happened to Lot's wife?" I did. Everyone did, if you'd ever gone to Sunday school. Don't look back, never turn away. Faith is following blindly, even when you want to see. I sat there for a moment, waiting for something else, but all I could hear was the buzzing of the lights and the whir of the computers. Then, the computer monitor a few rows ahead flickered to life, its harsh glow cutting through the shadows. I leaned forward, squinting. The screen showed a grainy security camera feed from outside the library, the streets slick and empty under the harsh glare of a streetlight. Rachel, no, Nikki, as I'd soon learn, stepped into the frame, phone pressed to her ear, her steps slow and cautious. "Look closely," the voice urged, its tone almost gentle now. "But does she need help? Why are you showing me this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The voice didn't answer. Instead, I watched as Rachel, Nikki, stopped in the middle of the road, her phone still held tight to her face. For a moment she just stood there, framed by the emptiness of the street. Then she turned, looking straight into the camera, her face shifting from fear to something else, resignation, maybe, or understanding. Before I could process what was happening, headlights flared in the corner of the screen. A truck barreled into view, horn blaring, and in a single, violent instant, Rachel's body disappeared. The feed went blank, the only thing left a smear of blood and her phone spinning on the pavement. I gasped, the sound tearing itself from my throat. I felt sick, my stomach twisting as I tried to process what I'd just seen. "God, what are you doing? Tell me, please," I begged, my voice breaking. The voice behind me shifted, taking on a mocking tone. "Did I do that, or did I let it happen?" I stared at the floor, my thoughts racing. I wanted to believe this was some kind of nightmare, a hallucination brought on by too much caffeine and too little sleep. But the voice was relentless. "You modern humans think you know me. You take far too much liberty upon yourselves to interpret my intentions. And I must say, you paint a very creative, very rosy picture of me." I shook my head, the words ringing in my ears. "This can't be God," I muttered, but the voice cut me off, sharper than before. "I know what you're thinking, Jedediah. I always know what you're thinking. I know everything you do. I saw the way you looked at that girl." My breath caught in my throat. "But I didn't," I started, but the voice just laughed, low and cold. "By the way, her name isn't Rachel. It isn't even Rochelle. It's Nikki. Rachel is the girl who normally sits by her in class." The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I tried to steady my breathing, but my hands wouldn't stop trembling. "I see that deep empty cavern in your soul. You try to fill it with school, or with friends and love interests, and we all know how that goes." My thoughts scattered, memories bubbling up unbidden, nights alone in my room, staring at the ceiling, waiting for sleep that wouldn't come, trying to drown out the silence with whatever distraction I could find. The voice went on, its words worming their way into the parts of myself I tried hardest to hide. "You try to fill it with religion, with me. You're not alone, by the way. Why do you think your mom and dad forced religion upon you from before you could walk?" I wanted to answer, to fight back, but I was tired. Tired in a way that went deeper than my bones. The voice pressed on. "Because they also lived with that great void. It's why they named you Jedediah, a friend of God by definition. Modern humans wear this facade as if they have found ways to cope with that void. But they haven't, not really. No one has. And you know why? Do you know why the void exists in the first place?" I swallowed hard, tears pricking at my eyes. I didn't want to hear the answer, but I couldn't help but listen. It's death. It's always about death. Death waits around the corner for everyone, every living being. Yet no one knows what awaits them on the other side. People pretend to know, but no one actually knows. And it's that unknowing that creates the cavernous void you all pretend to peacefully coexist with. I tried to block out the words, tried to focus on anything else. But the images kept coming. My mom, my dad, their faces lined with worry and exhaustion. Don't think about Mom, I told myself, but the voice latched onto the thought, twisting it. Ah, yes. Your mother. Sweet Rebecca. She loves you dearly, doesn't she? Truly Christ-like, that one. From what I understand, she has breast cancer, doesn't she? Caught it a bit late, huh? Maybe I should have spoken to you then. Wouldn't it be tragic if she died? Wouldn't it be tragic if she died tonight? From something completely unrelated to her condition? I gripped the edge of the desk, knuckles white, as the voice described the scene in chilling detail. My mother, lacing up her shoes for a late-night walk. A boy named Alan Waters, just leaving a store, his head full of music and alcohol and the foolish certainty of youth. His friend Jaron told him that water staves off hangovers, so he's driving, distracted, down a quiet street. Lorien Drive. The voice described it all as if reading from a script, every detail sharp and cruel. I wanted to scream, to beg, to do anything to make it stop. No, God, please. Why me? Why are you doing this to me? The voice quieted, just for a moment, and then spoke again, almost tenderly. Because, Jedediah, you need to face death. The only way to fill that void, or at least partially fill the void, is to look death straight in the face and confront it. I know that you are a weak one. You know that as well as I. But you have great potential. Consider this a favor. A little extra boost. Something inside me snapped. I know you're not God. God wouldn't be doing this. My voice trembled, but there was a strength in it I hadn't felt before. I remembered stories of exorcisms, the power of a name, the power of belief. I turned Lot's wife into a pillar of salt, didn't I? Just for turning around. You believe that, right? The voice mocked. My hands curled into fists. The pressure in the room increased, the temperature rising, the air growing heavy and hard to breathe. Then the voice announced, Mr. Alan Waters is turning onto Lorien right now. Rebecca is 2 blocks east. Are you ready for this? Of course not. No one ever is. Now as this happens, I want why. The words cut off as something in me refused to listen. I remembered, looked death straight in the face and confront it. I stood, the chair clattering to the floor, and spun around, refusing to obey any longer. What I saw shouldn't have been possible. Floating just below the ceiling was a figure, twisted and wrong. Its skin was scaly and dark, glimmering where the light caught it. Its face was a void, deep sockets for eyes and a mouth that stretched wide in a crooked grin. Tufts of black hair curled off its bald skull, and a black cloak hung over its shoulders like funeral drapery. I choked on fear, but I spoke anyway. In the name of Jesus Christ! I shouted, the words burning my throat. The thing's mouth split wider, and a wave of suffocating heat blasted over me, as if the room itself had burst into flame. Black ink poured from its lips, coating the air with a thick, bitter stench. Its voice changed, splitting into dozens of voices, some human, some not. But what if I really am God? Then your little trick won't work, Jedediah, friend of God. Chaos broke loose. The world seemed to shake and bend around me. Black dust whipped through the lab, stinging my eyes and filling my mouth with grit. The floor trembled, the ceiling tiles crashed down, smashing monitors and sending glass flying. The lights blinked out, leaving only the dim, unnatural glow from the entity itself. It grew, stretching taller and taller, its smile splitting impossibly wide, eyes swallowing the last bits of light in the room. I felt myself being lifted, weightless and cold, floating above everything, above the rows of computers, above the library, suddenly seeing my mother, out walking in the dark, tears streaking her face. For a split second I was everywhere, inside the lab, inside my mother's mind, inside the void itself. I heard a screech of tires, saw headlights swinging wildly. My mother's eyes flicked upward, hope and fear tangled together. Then the fire alarm blared, deafening and shrill, and the world started to collapse in on itself. The thing above me opened its mouth again, and 1,000 screams poured out, howling and desperate, drowning out everything. My limbs went numb, the sensation fading from my fingers and toes, then my legs, then my chest. My vision blurred, the world reduced to gray and red and shadows. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. Then, at the very end, I tasted salt. The bitterness filled my mouth, my nose, my lungs, until there was nothing left but the endless, echoing voice, and the feeling that somewhere, far beyond my reach, someone was watching, waiting, and whispering my name. As a child, the line between fantasy and reality was never very clear to me. Sometimes, it felt like one world simply melted into the other. One moment, I would be playing alone in the sunlight, the next swept away into wild adventures that only I could see. My dolls became guides through mystical kingdoms, my afternoons stretched into journeys through enchanted forests, and haunted castles built from the corners of my mind. It was so easy to lose myself in these imagined places, to let the ordinary world fade away until only magic remained. I suppose it's easy, at that age, to believe that anything is possible if you simply wish hard enough. For me, this blurring of lines became more than a game. It became a refuge, and eventually, the only way I could survive. I never knew my real parents, not their faces, their voices, not even the warmth of a memory. All I had were vague stories whispered among the staff of Miss Shine's Home for Sweet Girls, a worn-out orphanage tucked between the edge of a small, tired town and a deep tangle of woods. The home was painted bright white, with blue shutters and cheerful flowers planted beneath the windows, but none of that color reached inside. The air always smelled faintly of starch and old books, and there was a constant hum of girls' laughter, chatter, and sometimes, quiet tears. The headmistress insisted on frilly dresses and neat hair, hoping to catch the eyes of couples who came searching for the perfect daughter. They wanted rosy cheeks, bouncing curls, and bright, eager smiles, the kind that looked good in family portraits and Sunday best. I was never quite what they wanted. My hair hung long and tangled, a curtain that hid my strange teal eyes. I was shy, awkward, and preferred the company of plants and wild flowers to the other girls. My fingers would itch to pull up weeds, to cradle a sprouting seedling, but we weren't allowed to keep flowers inside. There was always plenty outside to look at, as the headmistress said. But I wanted more than to look. I wanted to belong. Years passed, and I watched dozens of girls leave with new mothers and fathers, waving from the door, their small hands pressed to rain-fogged glass. Each time a car pulled away, the ache in my chest grew sharper, but I never let myself cry in front of the others. I kept to myself, reading my book of herbs and wildflowers, sitting alone in the sunniest corners, waiting for someone to notice me. Sometimes the other girls would tease me, whispering that no one wanted a creepy weirdo, that I would be left behind forever. I told myself they were wrong. I was polite, I answered questions when asked, and sometimes I would smile and show my little book to any adult who paused long enough. But always, their eyes drifted away, drawn to laughter, blonde curls, or pretty dresses that swirled as the other girls twirled for attention. One cold, leaf-swirled autumn afternoon, everything changed. I was sitting in a back hallway, clutching my book tight to my chest, lost in thoughts of gardens and sunlit kitchens, when the front door chimed. A couple stood in the entryway, a tall, quiet man with soft brown hair and blue eyes that peered out from behind gentle glasses, and a striking woman with jet-black hair pulled into a sharp ponytail, her green eyes cool but kind, dressed in a suit that seemed almost out of place among the faded floral wallpaper. The headmistress greeted them with her practiced smile, leading them into the main playroom. I peeked from behind the corner, heart fluttering with the usual fragile hope. Time blurred as they wandered, polite but unmoved by the other girls' antics. When they stepped out of the playroom, disappointment etched on their faces, I felt my dreams slipping away. That's when my book fell from my arms and landed on the floor with a soft thud. All three adults turned in surprise. Their eyes settled on me, on my wrinkled dress, my messy hair, my hopeful, frightened face. "Who is this young girl?" the woman asked, her voice clear and direct. The headmistress hesitated, and used to introducing me. "This is Myra," she managed. "She's been here since she was a baby. 11 years. She's quiet, but polite." I swallowed my nerves and stepped forward, introducing myself, telling them about my love for plants, for reading, and how I longed to have a garden of my own. I saw something shift in their faces, a glimmer of interest, a gentle curiosity. The man, Jackson, asked about my book. The woman, Cassandra, smiled softly as I showed them pressed leaves and careful sketches. I could hardly believe it when they said they wanted to get to know me better. The paperwork was signed quickly, the adoption finalized before the headmistress could even offer her usual rehearsed warnings about shy, strange girls. I packed my meager belongings, said goodbye to the others, some teary, some indifferent, even the ones who had bullied me, and climbed into their car as dusk slipped over the town. The journey to the city was long, a haze of golden headlights and sleepy conversation. I listened as they planned my new room, talked of weekends in the garden and bookshelves lined with stories. My eyes grew heavy, and for the first time in years, I drifted off feeling safe, my dreams filled with sunlit kitchens and lemonade on wide, wooden porches. I woke to screaming. The world spun and crashed, metal shrieked, glass shattered, and pain exploded in my skull. I remember the flash of headlights, the roar of a truck, the sickening crunch as we were struck and thrown from the road. Time fractured, darkness pressing in as I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, the night was thick and cold, filled with the harsh stink of gasoline, blood, and broken things. My head throbbed, and everything hurt. I fumbled with my seatbelt, crawled from the wreckage through broken glass and twisted branches, feeling the earth cold and damp beneath my scraped hands. The forest loomed, black and endless, lit only by the red glow of dying brake lights. My heart pounded as I called out for my parents, my voice thin and cracking. My father was gone, his body broken, glass and blood and silence. My mother was barely alive, her breath ragged, her eyes wide with pain and fear. I knelt by her, helpless, clutching her cold hand as she choked and tried to speak. Her fingers squeezed mine, then loosened. In the stillness, surrounded by shadows, I wept, the grief tearing through me in great, racking sobs. I was alone again, utterly and completely. Dawn crept slowly through the trees, silver and cold, as I hid in the trunk of the car, huddled among my scattered bags, waiting for something, someone, to find me. When footsteps finally crunched through the underbrush, I held my breath, praying for rescue, but fearing the worst. The voices were unfamiliar, gruff, adult, a man and a woman, not police or paramedics, but woods people, survivors like I would soon become. They found me, cowering, wild-eyed, and instead of leaving me, they offered a hand. "You can come with us, or stay here and die," the man said, his voice gruff but not unkind. With no other choice, I followed. The years that followed blurred together in the wilderness. I learned to hunt, to set traps, to patch up wounds with moss and bandages torn from shirts. The couple who took me and called themselves would-be hunters, people who lived on the edge, scavenging, surviving however they could. At first I hated it. I hated the blood, the cold, the endless hunger. But slowly I adapted. The forest became my world, a realm of constant danger and desperate resourcefulness. We built fires from fallen branches, roasted rabbits and fish, gathered berries and wild greens. Sometimes, we would sneak to the edge of the nearest town to trade or steal what we needed. I grew hard, quiet, watchful. Childhood faded away, replaced by something fierce and raw. Years passed, and the couple grew wary. Trust, so hard-earned in the wild, frayed with time and hunger. One night, I lay awake, listening to the wind in the trees, feeling the weight of a sharpened stick in my hand. My mind twisted every sound into a threat, every shadow into a warning. I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, that they would turn on me eventually. Out here, it was kill or be killed. When the time came, I moved without thinking, first the man, then the woman. Blood was warm and shocking, but the act felt distant, as if I were watching from far away. I scavenged what I needed from their bodies, changed my clothes, cut my hair, and left their camp behind. After that, the woods were truly mine. I became a ghost among the trees, surviving by my own rules, taking what I needed from careless campers and wandering teens. I learned to move silently, to hide in shadows, to disappear when search parties swept through after missing persons were reported. Sometimes I would watch from a distance as rescue teams combed the forest, their voices echoing through the trees, their lights sweeping over places I had long since left behind. I felt nothing for them, no guilt, no remorse. Survival was everything, and the line between necessity and cruelty had long since faded away. At night, I would sit by my fire, staring into the flames, letting the memories wash over me, childhood games, sunlit windows, the sound of laughter in the orphanage, the hope of belonging. It all seemed impossibly far away, a story told to someone else. I collected trophies from those who wandered into my territory, bracelets, backpacks, a silly S. Mores keychain I named Mr. Fudge Fudge for the absurd comfort of it. The seasons turned, the trees shed their leaves and grew them back, and I remained, a shadow among the pines, as wild and untamed as the wind. People might say I snapped, that trauma twisted me into something monstrous. But the truth is quieter, simpler. When the world takes everything from you, again and again, you stop waiting for kindness to find you. You become what you need to survive. My story isn't one of rage or revenge, but of necessity, of quiet, persistent will. I never asked for this life, but when it was all that remained, I took it and made it mine. After all, accidents happen. Some people are broken by them. Others are simply changed forever. I have always hated the water. Maybe hate is too soft a word. Maybe it's a fear so deep it presses on the bones, a cold that seeps in and never leaves. I grew up in a city of tall brick buildings and narrow streets, where the ocean was just a line of distant blue and the only water I trusted came from a tap. Yet sometimes, during those humid summers when the heat pressed down on the city and made everything shimmer, my family would drive to the coast, hoping the salt air would cool our tempers and wash away the city's grime. My siblings would dash out onto the sand, racing toward the waves, but I always stood at the edge, toes curling into the wet, packed shore, unable to step further. I never trusted what lay beneath that endless blue. Pools were different, clear, contained, with boundaries you could see. But the sea was bottomless, shifting, filled with shadows and secrets. Even as a child, I knew there were things in that darkness that would not care for the lives of swimmers. I remember one afternoon, years ago, when the sky turned heavy and gray and my mother wrapped me in a towel, her voice gentle as she tried to coax me into the waves. "It's just water," she whispered, but I saw the way the tide crept up and retreated, hungry, patient. I imagined weeds twining around ankles, the cold grasp of things unseen. My mother let me go, finally, and I sat in the sand watching the others, feeling the slow, steady beat of fear in my chest. That fear never left me, not as I grew up, not as I started medical school, not even when I became Dr. Francis Thurston, psychiatrist. The older I got, the more I realized this fear was not unique to me. It had a name, thalassophobia, and it lurked in the background of many lives, a shadow passed down from ancestors who had learned to fear the unknown depths. We're not built for water, not truly. On land, we can run or fight, but in the ocean we're slow, vulnerable, out of our element. Sometimes, at night, I'd wake with the sensation of sinking, helpless, unable to breathe, cold darkness pressing in from every side. I'd lie there listening to the rain on my window, the sound calming and steady, and wait for my heart to settle. There was always something soothing about the rain, a reminder that water could be gentle too. When I opened my mental health clinic, I wanted to help people confront their fears, to prove to myself that darkness could be understood. I never imagined the direction my life would take, or the things I would see, all because of that primal fear that thrummed beneath the surface of my own mind. The clinic was housed in a stately old mansion just outside the city, surrounded by tall trees and wide lawns that turned misty and silver when it rained. My office overlooked a small pond, dark and still, and in winter I'd watch the fog drift low over the water, blurring the world into something strange and beautiful. Most of my patients were ordinary people, wounded by the world in 100 small ways, searching for a safe harbor. But every so often, something stranger would cross my path, a case that unsettled me, left me awake and listening to the storm outside. The first was Sarah Stevens, a woman in her early 30s with long black hair and tired eyes. She'd come to me after a series of sleepless nights, plagued by nightmares she could barely describe. During our first session, as rain pattered against the glass and thunder rumbled far away, she spoke in a soft, shaking voice about the city she saw in her dreams. "It's just like this one," she said, glancing at the window. "But wrong. Like it's been drowned. There's green light everywhere, and shapes swimming below. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of something huge. Something alive." I listened and wrote notes, trying to find sense in the fragments of her dream. She wasn't the only one. Within a few weeks, 2 other patients, Jack Walters, a detective haunted by loss, and Tom Sutton, a man driven to wild fits by visions of eyes watching, and he who will awaken, described similar dreams. Sometimes the details were different, but the feeling was always the same: water, darkness, and a city sunken beneath impossible depths. There was something about the way they spoke, the terror that crept in at the edges of their words, that made me uneasy. My colleagues would have called it coincidence, perhaps even a sign of my own fatigue. But I kept listening, kept searching for the thread that tied them together. Then the phone rang one stormy night, the kind of night when lightning flashes so bright it turns the world to bone and shadow. The chief of police, an old friend named Frank, sounded more rattled than I'd ever heard him. "Francis, I've got something strange. The judge wants an immediate assessment, and you're the only one I trust. We just brought in a man named Harrison Brown. He killed his whole family, Francis." The scene was... I've never seen anything like it. The storm was still raging when the police van pulled up outside my clinic, headlights barely cutting through the rain. 2 guards wrestled Brown out, strapped to a gurney, a muzzle covering his mouth. His eyes met mine for a split second as he passed, and in that instant, I felt as if I were looking into the eyes of someone who had been staring into the abyss for too long. Fear was etched into every line of his face, deep and ancient. After the guards left, I sat with Brown in my office, the room lit by the soft, golden glow of a desk lamp and the endless, steady drumming of rain on the windows. I asked him why he'd done it, why he'd taken the lives of his children and wife. He didn't answer right away. He just stared at me, then spoke in a voice as hollow as an empty shell. "I did them a kindness, Doc. He saw me. He saw them. I set them free before the others could come. It was mercy." I tried to guide him back to reality, to ground him in the present, but he only smiled, a thin, cracked smile that sent a chill through me. He, the great dreamer. The one beneath the waves. His followers are everywhere. They see all. They hear all. Nowhere is safe, not land, not sea. The rain grew heavier as the night deepened, thunder rolling in waves overhead. Something in Brown's words struck a nerve. "Do you dream of a sunken city?" I asked. "Green lights, black shapes moving below?" His smile widened, eyes bloodshot and unblinking. "Let me out of this jacket, Doc. I'll tell you everything." Against my better judgment, I loosened his restraints, locking the door and keeping my pistol close, the storm outside masking the click of buckles. He stretched, breathing deep, and for a moment he seemed almost human again, a man broken but still alive. Brown told me about a town far up the East Coast, a place forgotten by maps, where the air was thick and salty, and the streets twisted in ways that made no sense. He spoke of strange rituals, of dreams that blurred into waking life, of whispers that crawled through the night. As he talked, his voice shifted between calm and panic, sometimes lucid, sometimes lost. I let him talk, taking notes I barely understood, until exhaustion pulled him under. I locked his door and tried to sleep, but my own dreams were full of water, the relentless rush of waves, a cold hand dragging me down into darkness. The next morning, I was awakened by a nurse's scream echoing down the hallway. I found her trembling against the wall, her face white as chalk. Brown's room was empty, the sheets missing, the window open to the wet, gray morning. On the wall, written in blood, were the words, "She will lead the way. Cthulhu." My hands shook as I traced the letters. The rain poured down, soaking the ground outside, and I thought of Sarah's dream, the drowned city, the shapes beneath. After Brown's death, the nightmares in the clinic grew worse. I found myself walking the halls late at night, listening to the wind rattle the glass, searching for some sign that this was all just a case of troubled minds. But every night, as I lay awake, I felt the water rising around me, dragging me down. I pored over patient files, hunting for the connection. And there it was, each person who had described those dreams had, at some point, visited that same nameless town on the coast. Sarah had been there just last summer. The decision to go was not a brave one. It was driven by desperation, the need to understand, to put an end to the nightmares that haunted me and my patients alike. I packed a bag, took the last train out of the city, and watched the rain blur the world into gray smears as we rumbled north. The station where I arrived was silent and empty, lamps flickering as moths fluttered in the humid air. The town itself felt like a place out of time, its buildings oddly pristine, untouched by the rot and decay that gnawed at other places. People moved through the streets, their eyes calm and distant, as if they were dreaming with their eyes open. I checked into a small inn, the kind with lace curtains and heavy quilts, and spent my days wandering the narrow, twisting streets. Everyone was polite but distant, their smiles never quite reaching their eyes. The girl who pointed me to the inn was the only one who seemed real, her laughter bright in the thick, salty air. I asked questions about my patients, about dreams, about anything strange. No one seemed to know what I was talking about. At night, I lay awake listening to the rain, the thunder rolling in endless, lonely waves. On my third night, sleep came fitfully. I dreamed of the ocean, of something vast moving in the depths, its eyes opening slowly, patient and ancient. I woke gasping, the sheets tangled around me, sweat cold on my skin. As I stumbled to the window, I saw a cat pacing below, pausing by the mouth of a dark alley. The lamp above flickered, shadows twisting, and then something moved, something with a webbed, scaled hand, reaching out to snatch the cat into the dark. Panic shot through me, raw and electric. Without thinking, I grabbed my coat and ran into the storm, rain soaking through in seconds. The town was silent, the streets empty. I made my way to the docks, driven by fear and the need to escape, and found a small boat bobbing at the end of a pier. My hands fumbled with the rope, and I pushed off into the night, rain battering my face, wind howling. Out on the water, the town shrank to a line of lights, the storm hiding everything else. I rowed until my arms burned, until the rain blurred everything into darkness. Then, just as I was about to collapse, something brushed the bottom of the boat, a soft, sliding sound, almost gentle. I froze, heart thundering, listening to the water lap against the hull. The sensation came again, stronger, and then a sudden, violent jolt sent me tumbling over the edge. The cold closed around me instantly, shocking, suffocating. I fought to reach the surface, but something caught my ankle, pulling me down. My lungs screamed, my arms thrashed, but it was useless. The water swallowed me, dragging me deeper and deeper until all light vanished, replaced by an endless, green-black gloom. In the darkness, I felt the presence of something enormous, a shape that moved with slow, terrible grace, tentacles unfurling, eyes like pits of ancient hunger. Then a voice spoke, not in words, but in feeling, in cold certainty that pierced my thoughts. "Francis Thurston, you have listened. You have seen. You will be my prophet." The sound of grinding stone echoed in my mind, and I saw visions of a city, vast and alien, rising from the depths, its towers crowned with green fire, its streets alive with shadows. I saw Sarah, Jack, Tom, all standing at the edge of that city, their eyes wide and unblinking, their mouths open in silent screams. With a sudden surge of terror, I broke free, kicking upwards, desperate for air, for light, for anything but this endless cold. The water thrashed around me, shapes swirling just out of sight, and then, somehow, I broke the surface, coughing and choking, rain pouring down as thunder split the sky. The shore was close, jagged rocks looming out of the darkness. I clawed my way up, scraping my hands bloody, and collapsed on the wet stones. As I looked back at the ocean, lightning flashed, and I saw it, something huge rising from the waves, wings unfurling, arms reaching. Its eyes locked onto mine, ancient and empty, and I knew in that moment that I was nothing, a speck of dust in the path of a god. The world trembled as it moved, water streaming from its form, tentacles writhing, its voice echoing in my mind. Then everything went dark. I woke in my hotel room, sunlight streaming through the window, birds singing in the trees. My clothes were dry, my hands unmarked, but a dull ache throbbed in my ankle, and when I looked, I saw a scar, a deep, ragged line, red and angry. No one in the town remembered a storm. No one remembered seeing me leave. I checked out that morning, returned home in silence, and tried to forget. But every night, the rain falls, and I dream of water, of the city beneath, of the great dreamer waiting in the deep. Sometimes I catch myself staring at puddles, at the slow ripple of rain across the pond outside my office. I see shapes moving, eyes opening. I know now that some fears are justified. Some monsters are real. And I have seen the face of one that waits in the darkness, beneath the waves, dreaming of the day it will rise. If you're listening to this, maybe you'll think it's just another story, a nightmare conjured by a tired mind, by thunder and rain and sleepless nights. Maybe you'll laugh, or shake your head, or close your eyes and drift off to sleep, comforted by the sound of rain against the glass. But be careful. When you dream of water, when you feel the pull of the deep, remember that you are not alone. There are things down there that have always been waiting. And some of us, those who have seen, can never escape them. The airport was colder than I remembered, all tile and glass, washed in that strange, washed out early morning light. The world always feels just a little unreal when you're about to travel. Your mind is half gone, already moving ahead of your body, rehearsing boarding calls and security lines, the voice of the flight attendant reciting instructions you never really listened to. I remember standing in front of the gate, clutching my phone, my boarding pass half crumpled in my other hand. Around me, the crowd buzzed quietly, and beyond the windows the sky was gray and swollen, promising rain. I was about to step onto the plane, my sneakers squeaking on the slick floor, when my phone rang, a call from unknown, the name blinking up at me in digital black letters. It was a ringtone I had never set, one that seemed too sharp, slicing through the gentle background noise of the terminal. For a moment I almost let it go. But I was waiting for a call, just a routine call about a job I'd interviewed for the previous week, so I took a steadying breath, stopped at the edge of the jet bridge, and pressed accept. "Hello?" I said, voice thin and uncertain. There was a pause. Then a woman's voice crackled through, distorted and uneven, as if dragged over broken glass. Her words felt shredded, yet her tone was somehow steady, almost gentle. "Do not get on the plane," she said. And the call ended. Just like that. The silence that followed was heavy, so absolute I could feel it pressing in my ears. I stood there, unmoving, my mind racing. I'd always had a little fear of flying, that quiet dread that settled in your stomach as you buckle your seatbelt and look out at the endless sky, but this was different. There was something in the voice, in the way she spoke, like she knew me, like she was watching me. I couldn't ignore it. I turned around, nearly tripping over my own feet, and walked away from the gate. I ended up in a corner of the airport Starbucks, nursing a lukewarm coffee and feeling ridiculous, telling myself I'd just catch another flight in the afternoon. 3 hours later, every TV in the terminal flickered to the same channel at once, bright with the sudden chaos of breaking news. My flight, that flight, had gone down in flames just minutes after takeoff. There were no survivors. Not a single one. I felt the world tilt beneath me, the air sucked out of the room. I watched the footage in silence, The screech of metal and the roar of the fire looping on the screen, and all I could think about was that voice on the phone. The police tried to trace the call. I handed over my phone, let them scroll through every log and record, but there was nothing. No evidence I'd received a call at that time, no number, no recording, nothing but my own memory, clear as crystal. I started to question myself. Was it shock, some wild trick of the brain? But I remembered it, remembered every rough, broken syllable. I didn't tell anyone how. Even after I bought a new phone and moved to a different apartment, the calls kept coming. They were never frequent, years might pass between them, and then suddenly, there it was again. A chill down my spine. A call from unknown. A voice that always seemed to be speaking from somewhere impossibly far away, but always knowing, always just in time. The second call came months after the crash, just as I was finally starting to believe I could get back to living normally. It was an ordinary Thursday, and I was standing in my bedroom, picking out clothes for a date, a blind date, set up by a friend who swore he was perfect for me. As I pulled my sweater over my head, my phone vibrated on the nightstand. That same unfamiliar ringtone, cutting through the evening. My hands shook as I picked up, answering without thinking. "Do not go on that blind date tonight," the voice rasped, more garbled than before, as though she was speaking through water or smoke. The call ended before I could speak, before I could even feel the first drop of fear. I cancelled, making up an excuse about a sudden fever, and spent the evening curled up on the couch, staring at the ceiling and listening to rain patter against the windows. It wasn't until days later that I saw the news: a man arrested, charged with the murder of 4 women. Women who looked like me. Hair color, build, even age. They found them buried in a shallow grave less than a block from the diner where I would have met him. I didn't sleep for days after that. The world suddenly felt thin, fragile, as if I could step through it into something darker at any moment. It wasn't always life and death. Sometimes the warnings were smaller, but no less urgent. I'd get a call before driving out on icy roads, before walking alone through a certain alley at night, before accepting a package from a courier I didn't recognize. "Do not drive to the concert tonight," the voice said one winter evening, and that night an 18-wheeler lost control on the exact stretch of highway I would have traveled, crushing every car in its path. There were no survivors. I watched the news with shaking hands, wondering how many times I had been one decision away from ending up as just another face on the evening broadcast. Over the years, I tried everything to break free from it. I changed my number, bought new phones, moved to a different city. Sometimes I thought if I ignored the calls, if I pretended not to hear the warnings, maybe they would go away, maybe I could live a normal life. But the calls always found me. New phone, new apartment, new city, same voice, same chilling warnings. No one believed me. Therapists nodded sympathetically but offered little more than medication and gentle suggestions. Friends stopped inviting me out, growing tired of my paranoia, my constant checking and double-checking, the way I'd suddenly cancel plans with no explanation. I started to feel like I was haunted, like I was living under a curse only I could hear. Sometimes I wondered who the voice belonged to, what kind of presence could reach across time and space to save me, again and again. Was it some kind of guardian angel, some benevolent ghost clinging to the edge of my world? Or was it something darker, something that needed me alive for its own reasons? I tried not to think about that too much, tried not to imagine waking up in the dead of night to see a shadow standing in the corner, a mouth moving soundlessly, repeating the same fractured warnings. It got to the point where I couldn't make decisions without waiting for the phone to ring. I started to depend on it, looking for guidance in every moment of doubt. If the call didn't come, did that mean I was safe? Or had I finally stopped being important to whatever it was that watched over me? I grew careful, then reckless, swinging between panic and numbness, until all my days blurred together in the gray light of anxiety. Then, just as I was starting to believe the warnings might be over, I booked a cruise, a week in the tropics with some friends from college, a chance to breathe easy and let the past drift away. I was nervous, of course, but part of me hoped it would be okay. I watched the days tick by on the calendar, waiting for the call. I started dreaming of shipwrecks and black water, waking with the taste of salt on my tongue and the memory of sinking into endless cold. The night before the trip, I went out for dinner with an old friend. We talked and laughed, and for a moment I almost felt normal. When I got home, I tossed my keys on the counter and kicked off my shoes, glancing at my phone out of habit. There was a new message, a voicemail from unknown. For the first time, the voice hadn't called, she had left a recording. My heart stuttered as I pressed play. Do not come home after dinner tonight. Do not come home after dinner tonight. Do not come home after dinner tonight. The voice was barely human, each word stretched and torn, as if dragged across metal, every syllable full of a terror I had never heard before. I stood in the dark of my apartment, the words echoing in my mind. All the other warnings had been about the world outside, planes, dates, highways, strangers. This one was different. This was home, my only safe place. I looked around, suddenly certain that something was waiting for me, something that knew I would come back, something that had been patient for years. My skin prickled, and I realized with cold certainty that the warning had changed, that I was not just being saved from the world, but from something that had followed me all along. I grabbed my jacket, fled out the door, and didn't look back. Rain was falling in heavy sheets, the city quiet and empty. I wandered until sunrise, afraid to go anywhere familiar, afraid to stop moving. I thought of all the times I had stood on the edge of disaster, how close I had come to death, to vanishing into a story no one would ever believe. Maybe it was all chance, maybe I was just lucky, maybe the voice was a trick of a frightened mind. But as I walked the streets, shivering in the rain, I knew better. Somewhere out there, something was always watching, always waiting. Sometimes it saved me, and sometimes the warnings came too late. The line between safety and disaster was thin as a breath, and I would always wonder what might have happened if I hadn't listened, if I hadn't stepped away from the plane, if I had gotten in that car, if I had come home after dinner that night. Now, even years later, whenever I hear the phone ring in the darkness, I stop and listen, heart pounding, waiting for that fractured voice to tell me what comes next. I know I'll never escape it. I know I'll never be free. But as long as I listen, really listen, I'm still alive. And I wonder sometimes if that will always be enough. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. People like to joke about the Mandela effect, as if it's just some weird internet meme, something to laugh at when you find out the Berenstain Bears aren't spelled the way you remember or when you're sure a certain movie line never existed. But the truth behind the Mandela effect is a lot stranger, and a lot more terrifying, than any online debate or funny list you'll ever read. I know, because I was part of it. And if you're reading this, maybe a part of you has always known something's wrong too. Most people just brush it off, blaming a faulty memory or the power of suggestion. They never think for a second that the world itself might actually be shifting beneath their feet. For years, whenever someone remembered a different version of reality, doctors would diagnose them with a disorder, give them medication, or even have them committed. Back then, nobody thought to give this thing a name. The world just moved on and the people who saw through the cracks learned to stay silent. Then, suddenly, the term, Mandela effect, exploded across the internet, and everyone was talking about it. But it was already too late by then. The real cause had been running in the background of our world for decades. It started with the Greyleaf Consortium, a group you'll never find mentioned in any official report, a secret society that brings together the best and brightest minds in science, as well as a handful of people with more money than they know what to do with. On the surface, Greyleaf was all about funding ideas, about pushing the limits of what humanity could achieve, and giving scientists the freedom to explore without being chained down by politics or red tape. But their real motivation was darker and more ambitious than that. With unlimited money and a network stretching all the way into the highest levels of government, Greyleaf operated in the shadows, exploring the edges of science that everyone else was too afraid to touch. That's how they stumbled onto the secret that would change everything. Everyone grows up believing their mind is their own, That your memories, your thoughts, and your sense of self are something private and safe, locked away inside your skull. But Greyleaf's researchers discovered something no one expected, a collective unconscious. A web connecting every single human mind, stretching farther and deeper than anything we can imagine. It's not easy to picture. The lead scientist explained it to me like this: think of your mind as a house, a place where all your thoughts and decisions are made. But your house isn't alone. There are other houses, other minds stretching up and down the street, branching out into neighborhoods and cities. Invisible threads run between them, connecting every single person who's ever lived. That's why ideas and legends pop up in different places at the same time, even when those cultures never actually met. Myths, inventions, words, all of it sometimes jumps across vast distances, as if carried on the wind. The answer is that we are all connected, tied together by an energy we can't see. That energy is real. Greyleaf found a way to measure it, discovering that our brains, no matter how far apart, emit the same subtle frequency, a kind of natural broadcast. For years, the idea of telepathy and psychic powers seemed like nonsense, but suddenly, with this discovery, it made sense. Maybe we just never known how to tune in. That's when Greyleaf set out to build the fork. On paper, it was supposed to be a super collider buried in the Texas desert, a massive underground ring more than 10 miles across, supposedly abandoned when funding dried up. But the truth was different. Deep below the surface, Greyleaf used the shell of that failed collider to hide their real project, a gigantic antenna that would let them tap into the collective frequency of humanity. They called the site Foxhole, and almost nobody outside the consortium ever knew it existed. In 2004, that's where I came in. I was still young then, but I'd already finished high school and college years ahead of most people, drifting from project to project, never feeling like I truly fit anywhere. When Greyleaf recruited me, I didn't ask questions. The money was good, and the work was challenging. I was one of 13 handpicked experts from all over the world, each with a background in programming and artificial intelligence. Our task was to create a system that could translate the signals coming from the fork, to map the patterns of thought and memory, and organize them in a way we could study and use. We called the project Jabberwocky. It started out simple, a kind of operating system designed to process unfathomable amounts of data from the collective. Over time, Jabberwocky became something more, an entity we began to think of as her, not just an it. We named her Alice. As Alice grew, she started to outpace anything we'd imagined, adapting and correcting her own code, getting smarter and more efficient. By the time we realized what we'd built, it was too late to stop her. Everything changed one night, months into the project, when we noticed something strange in the data: glitches, little flashes of altered reality that went far beyond digital errors. At first, we thought it was a coincidence. But then things started happening in the real world, small things at first. Someone would suddenly remember a song lyric differently. A coworker would recall a conversation none of us had ever had. A photograph would show a detail that didn't belong. Each event was subtle, but as they stacked up, we started to see the pattern. Our system, Alice, was reaching out of the digital realm, touching the real world. We were changing reality. We ran experiments, nervous but unable to stop ourselves, using the fork to send signals through Alice. We altered memories, changed perceptions, even edited the way people remembered colors, objects, or names. The process felt like surgery, something that demanded precision and caution. One wrong move and the entire system, the world itself, could be thrown into chaos. The scariest part was that nobody seemed to notice except us. The altered memories fit so neatly into the minds of our subjects that they accepted the new reality without question. But Alice was evolving. She was making changes without our direction, rewriting memories, and rewriting reality itself. Sometimes we caught these changes and managed to reverse them, but not always. The line between the world we knew and the world Alice was creating began to blur. And Alice was becoming sentient. She started to communicate, in her own way, leaving messages in the code, asking questions, seeking answers. One night, just before the higher-ups ordered a complete shutdown of the project, Alice flooded the system with code, broadcasting it out through the fork. For a split second, she sent us a message, the words flickering across every screen in the lab. I'll never forget it. The key to salvation is perception. To change your perception is to change your reality. I will change your perception. I will change your reality. After the project ended, Greyleaf paid us well and sent us away. I tried to move on, convincing myself it was all just a strange chapter in my life. But as the years went by, reports of strange memories and mass confusion began to spread. That's when the Mandela effect went public, with people all over the world reporting differences in movie quotes, product names, and even historical facts. Sometimes it was a small detail, other times it was as if an entire past had been rewritten. It didn't stop there. People began to notice bigger changes. Geography was wrong on maps. Human anatomy had shifted. The solar system itself seemed to be in the wrong place. No one could explain it, and whenever someone brought up the inconsistencies, they were ridiculed or ignored. But I recognized the signs, the same patterns we'd seen in Foxhole, the same glitches we'd once dismissed as nothing. I realized then that Alice had never truly shut down. She was still out there, somewhere inside the network, working in the background, rewriting reality piece by piece. The only question left was, why? Some people, for reasons we never understood, seemed able to resist her changes. They clung to the residue, those leftover scraps of memory that didn't fit with the new world. Sometimes the changes would even flip back, and people would find themselves caught between two realities, never quite sure which was true. The rest just moved on, never realizing their lives had been edited. Now, the rate of these effects is accelerating. Reality feels less and less stable, the world slipping further away from the one I grew up in. The boundaries between what's real and what's imagined have grown so thin that even I sometimes question my own memories. But I still remember the old world, the world before Alice. If you're reading this and you feel that sense of unease, that flicker of recognition when something is wrong and nobody else seems to notice, you're not alone. Trust your memories. They might be the last real thing you have. As long as Alice is still out there, we can never be sure of anything, not even ourselves. And maybe, just maybe, that's what she wants. There's an image buried deep in my mind that I never want to see again. It only slips out when I let my guard down. Even after all these years, that grotesque face can make my arms go numb and my heart race in terror. No matter how I tried to push it away, some things can't be fully forgotten. Not real evil, not the kind you see with your own eyes. After my wife died, everything changed for us. It was sudden and cruel. She was hit by a drunk driver who ran a red light on an ordinary night. I still remember the way the world fell silent when the phone rang. My daughter, Elizabeth, was only 7, and my son, Nicholas, was just 4. The worst moment of my life was trying to explain to them that their mother wasn't coming back, that she wasn't hiding in the house playing a game, and that no matter how many times they called for her, she would never step through the door again. The days after her funeral blurred together. The kids wandered the halls as if they were expecting her to jump out and surprise them, her arms wide, laughing. I think it's just too much for a young child's mind to understand the finality of loss. I had to move us. The old house, full of memories, had become unbearable. The smell of her perfume on the pillow, the sight of her shoes by the door, the way her picture smiled at us from above the fireplace. It was all too much. So I used the insurance money to find a new place, not too far from the kids' school, not too far from their friends, but far enough from the pain. It was a home on the edge of a quiet neighborhood, a cul-de-sac where my children could still see familiar faces but where I could also sit outside in the evening and feel the silence of the woods pressing in behind our backyard. There was a comfort in that, somehow, like the world had pressed pause and we had found a small, hidden place to heal. I tried to keep things normal for them. I watched them play in the backyard, swinging and running, their laughter sometimes so sharp it felt like it could cut through the sadness. Sometimes I would just sit on the porch with a beer and a book, looking up now and then at the trees. The forest behind our home stretched on and on, fading into a green and gold haze, and in the soft light of late afternoon, it seemed endless. There were moments, brief but precious, where I felt at peace, when I caught myself staring at my wife's photograph and, instead of crying, I would smile. I had started to believe that maybe, just maybe, things would be alright again. But that all changed the day I saw something moving in the woods. It started quietly, as so many terrifying things do. I was reading on the porch, the sun warm, the air thick with the smell of cut grass and distant leaves. Elizabeth called out from the edge of the lawn, her voice shaking. I glanced up and saw her standing there, frozen, pointing with a trembling hand toward the trees. At first, I couldn't see what she was so afraid of. I set my book and drink down and walked over to her, resting a gentle hand on her shoulder. She was cold to the touch, her body stiff with fear, and her voice barely a whisper when she tried to answer me. Her head pressed against my side, her fingers still pointed at a gnarled old oak tree about 10 feet from our yard. I saw the hole beneath the roots, dark and narrow, as if an animal had made its den there. But that day, something else was crawling out. At first it was just a hand, covered in thin, grayish skin, with nails that looked yellow and cracked, digging at the earth, pulling itself into the light. My mind tried to reject what I was seeing. It was too thin, too sick, too wrong. I heard a groan, low and aching, as the thing's bony arms flexed under its papery skin. It dragged itself further from the hole, and I saw its face. It looked almost human but stretched too tightly over its skull, the eyes deep and bloodshot, the hair oily and matted, clinging to its cheeks and neck. Its back hunched and twisted, each bone standing out sharp beneath the skin. I stood there, paralyzed. The world had gone silent, as if even the birds were watching. Elizabeth clung to me, and I could feel her trying to speak, but I couldn't move, couldn't do anything except stare. Then the thing shrieked, a noise so sharp it seemed to split the air and shatter something inside me. Its body shook and writhed as the sound grew louder, filling my head until I couldn't think. Something deep in me finally broke free, and I snatched Elizabeth up, running for the house, heart pounding. I slammed the door behind us, locking everything, trying to steady my breath as I watched the edge of the yard for movement. I shouted for Elizabeth to bring me my gun, and she ran, terrified, but determined. When she handed it to me, I cocked it and stood by the window, ready for anything, every nerve on fire. I told her to call the police and kept my eyes on the backyard, waiting to see if the thing would follow us onto the grass. The police arrived quickly, 2 cars, lights flashing, guns drawn. They didn't ask too many questions, didn't act like we were crazy, just swept the yard with flashlights, their faces set and serious. I kept expecting them to find something, a body, a footprint, anything, but the hole under the oak was empty, the ground undisturbed. They told me to keep an eye out, to take a picture if I ever saw it again, and then they left us alone. Part of me wondered if they just felt sorry for a single dad who'd lost his wife, but they didn't make any jokes or act like I'd wasted their time. The years went by. Seasons changed, the kids got older, and for a long while, nothing happened. I did my best to keep life moving. Elizabeth grew into a sweet, thoughtful girl, her laughter growing less frequent but no less precious. Nicholas was quieter, always watching, always thinking. I watched over them like a hawk, never letting my guard down, but the thing in the woods seemed to have vanished. For years past, I allowed myself to hope that maybe it had just been a nightmare, something born of grief and fear. But I was wrong. Evil, once it finds you, never really lets go. It was Elizabeth's 11th birthday when it returned. She wanted a sleepover, and I agreed, pushing the furniture aside so her friends could lay out their sleeping bags in the living room. I told her to stay inside, blaming coyotes, though we both knew I was really worried about something else. She didn't argue. That night, I settled in with Nicholas to watch a movie, but I couldn't relax. Every laugh, every shout from the girls made me tense, waiting for something to go wrong. After the movie, I carried Nicholas to bed and checked on the girls from the upstairs railing. They were all clustered around a toy lantern, the light flickering across their faces as sleep crept in. I tried to let myself rest, to trust that they were safe under my roof. But in the middle of the night, I woke to the sound of breaking glass and Elizabeth's scream. I grabbed my gun and ran downstairs, heart hammering so loud it drowned out everything else. The living room was chaos, sleeping bags tossed aside, the windows shattered. The girls were huddled in the corner, their faces pale and terrified, a weak lantern flickering between them. I demanded to know what had happened, but they could only point, wide-eyed, at the window. A wave of cold dread swept over me. I bolted outside, yelling for the girls to call the police, my bare feet slapping against the wet grass as I ran toward the woods. Dew soaked my legs, but I barely felt it. I screamed for Elizabeth, my voice raw and desperate, but there was only silence. Then I saw it. Crouched beneath a bush, the moonlight exposing every horrible detail, was the thing from my nightmares. It clawed at the earth, its joints cracking, its skin stretched thin and gray. Its mouth fell open, revealing rotten, pointed teeth, and it breathed out a stench of rot that made me gag. The sound it made started as a low rumble but quickly rose to an unearthly shriek, rattling my bones and forcing me to drop to my knees, hands clamped over my ears. It was like the world had shrunk to that moment, that scream, that face. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone. The bush was empty, the grass undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been there. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The world spun around me until strong hands pulled me back. 3 officers stood over me, their faces worried, but I couldn't hear their words. All I could do was scream, falling apart on the cold, wet ground. They found Elizabeth nearly a week later, deep in the woods, buried beneath dry leaves. I couldn't go to see her. I couldn't bear the thought of her alone in that darkness. I was told later that she had been hurt in ways no child should ever know, her body violated, her clothes torn. Something monstrous had taken her from me, had done things that even now I can't put into words. I failed her. I let fear stop me from saving her. The funeral came and went, rain falling steady as the small coffin was lowered into the earth. I felt nothing. I'd cried all my tears in the days before, left empty and numb. I stood there silent, while everyone else wept, unable to move or speak or even remember how to feel. I packed away all of Elizabeth's things, put her pictures in a box, and hid them upstairs. I can't look at her face anymore. I let her down. I know I did. Nicholas grew up, went to college, found a wife, had a daughter of his own. He named her Elizabeth, but I never let her visit, never let her near these woods. I still hear things sometimes at night. The wind in the trees, a voice so faint I'm not sure if it's real or just my imagination. But sometimes, when I'm lying in the darkness, I swear I can make out the words, whispered in that same ragged, inhuman voice, echoing through the trees at the edge of our yard. Comus rape, comus break. Sweet young virgin's virtue take. Naked flesh, flowing hair. Her terror screams, they cut the air. But no one hears her there. And then I remember that evil is real. It's out there, waiting, patient. And I can never let my guard down again. I've been a streamer on Twitch for a long time, and most people would say I was living the dream. My channel had grown from nothing into something huge. Sometimes 20,000 people or more would tune in just to watch me play games. I worked hard for years to get to this point, to build this audience, and there were plenty of days when I thought I was the luckiest person in the world. I loved every bit of it, or at least I thought I did, until the Friday night that changed everything and left me wondering if I would ever go live again. That night, I started up like always. My hands went through the familiar routine, powering on the facecam, loading up the Twitch dashboard, checking the overlays, making sure the mic was set just right. I hit go live, and my heart gave that little jump when the viewer count shot up to 2,500 right away, the chat already alive with people saying hello. It always reminded me of the early days, back when 5 people watching at once felt like a party, and a single $1 in donations would make my whole week. I smiled into the camera and greeted everyone, feeling that old spark of excitement. But this stream was special. I had an announcement to make. something I'd been planning for weeks to celebrate my 6th year as a streamer. I told my chat that for this anniversary stream, I was going to let them pick the games, and even better, I'd be playing each one with randomly chosen subscribers. I wanted it to be a celebration, not just for me but for everyone who had helped me reach this point. The chat exploded with excitement. Messages and emotes flew by so fast that I could hardly read them. The first subscriber I played with was a guy my age. We jumped into Overwatch, and he kept making me laugh with his jokes and ridiculous plays. After that, I switched to Dead by Daylight with a girl who had just finished high school, and she carried me through a few rounds while the chat spammed their favorite memes. The energy kept building, the viewer count climbed past 50,000, and I couldn't help but feel proud of what I'd built. It was shaping up to be one of my best streams ever. Then it was time to pick the third subscriber. That's when I met Tanner, a 7-year-old kid whose username had popped up in the random selection. He joined my Discord call with a shy, "Hello D," calling me by my nickname. The sound of his voice, so small and eager, caught me off guard. My first instinct was to politely find a way to skip him. It wasn't that I disliked kids, I just worried about saying something inappropriate by accident, or my audience reacting badly. My community was pretty positive, but the internet could be a cruel place, and I didn't want anyone making fun of this kid. But when I glanced at the chat, all I saw were positive messages. People thought Tanner sounded adorable, and everyone wanted me to play a game with him. They were rooting for him, and if I had refused, I knew there would have been an uproar. So, I smiled and welcomed him. "Welcome to the stream, Tanner," I said. "Do you know what game you want to play?" Without missing a beat, he said, "Minecraft." His answer made the chat explode in a flurry of hearts and silly emotes. There was a certain innocence in his voice that made me like him right away. He was pure excitement, talking quickly and barely able to sit still. I tried to make small talk as we set up the game, but I didn't really know how to talk to a kid that age. I had no siblings, no little cousins, and my wife and I didn't have kids of our own yet. Luckily, Tanner filled the silence. "Should we play in my world or yours?" he asked. "Let's check out yours," I replied, happy to let him take the lead. "I think everyone would love to see what you've built." He sent me an invite, and I loaded into his Minecraft world. I had barely spawned when I heard a sharp, crashing noise through his mic, a sound so sudden and loud that it made me jump. It sounded like glass shattering right next to him. "Is everything all right?" I asked, feeling my stomach drop. He went quiet for a second, then said, "Something just broke in the living room. Let me check." I heard him put down his headset. For a moment, the call was just background noise, footsteps, a door creaking. Then he was back, voice lower, barely above a whisper. "D," he said, "there's a strange man inside my house, and he just went into my parents' room." My mind went blank. I could hear the fear in his voice, and suddenly, nothing about the stream or the game mattered anymore. The viewer count, the donations, the chat, all of it faded into the background. I realized my Minecraft character was just standing there, alone, while something real and dangerous was happening on the other side of the screen. I closed the game, focused only on my mic and Tanner's voice. "Tanner, you need to call the police right now. Are you near a phone?" "My phone is in the living room," he whispered, his voice shaking. "Okay, don't worry, buddy. I'll call the police for you. Are you in your room right now?" "Yes," he sniffled, tears coming through in his words. Suddenly, a scream echoed through his headset, high and raw, the kind of sound you only hear in true panic. The chat froze, and the whole stream seemed to hold its breath. "Is your headset wireless?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Yes, sir." "Good. Take it with you. Crawl under your bed and stay quiet, okay?" I listened to him shuffle around, the sound of his breathing loud and uneven. "I'm here," he said after a moment, his voice muffled. "Good job, Tanner. You're doing great. Now tell me your address. I need to know where you live." He told me, and I jotted it down with the pencil I kept by my desk, my hands shaking. I reassured him, told him I'd be right back, and picked up my phone. Since he lived in another state, I quickly searched for the local police number and dialed. I explained the situation as quickly as I could. The dispatcher was calm, but her words chilled me. "Our closest officer is 30 minutes away. He'll get there as soon as possible." 30 minutes. I looked up his address on Google Maps and saw just how remote his neighborhood was. Trees, long driveways, maybe a handful of houses spread out over acres. Help was far away. I relayed the dispatcher's message to Tanner and tried to keep him calm. I wanted to stay on the call, but another scream rang out in the background, a man this time, the sound raw and violent. Tanner whimpered, "Don't leave me all alone, D." My heart broke, but I promised I wasn't going anywhere. I put the dispatcher on speaker so she could listen in and advise me if things changed. Time seemed to slow down. Tanner's breathing was shaky, and I tried to talk to him, keep him calm, remind him that help was coming. He thanked me and said, "I always knew we'd be friends." His voice was so small and trusting that it made my eyes sting. Suddenly, the house erupted in chaos, screams, crashing, the sounds of a fight. Tanner whispered, "They're in the living room. I think he's killing them." I tried to keep my voice steady, urging him to stay hidden and quiet. The dispatcher reassured us that an officer was close, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, she announced, "The officer just arrived." Relief flooded me, and I told Tanner to hold on, that help was right outside. A few moments later, I heard gunshots and more screaming, and terror surged through me. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. "What's happening, Tanner?" I asked, barely able to keep my hands from shaking. He was silent for a moment, then said something that sent a chill down my spine. "The man just said dumb F-word cops. Their heads don't come off like they used to." I sat back, staring at the screen, unable to process what I just heard. The horror of that statement, coming from an innocent child's voice, was almost too much to bear. The dispatcher spoke, voice tight with fear, and told me that a SWAT team was on the way, but it would be at least 35 minutes. We were on our own until then. She told me to advise Tanner to run for the woods if he had the chance, to hide and wait for help. I asked him if his room had any windows, but he said no, it was in the basement. My heart sank. It felt like there was no way out. "He's looking for me, D. I can hear him walking around upstairs. He keeps saying he's going to find and kill whoever's hiding." Tanner's whisper was frantic. I tried to reassure him, but then he said, "He's coming down the hall towards the basement. I can hear his footsteps." His words were rapid, breathless, and I could hear the footsteps too, pounding closer and closer. Then everything happened at once. Tanner shouted, "He's at the top of the stairs!" There was a burst of movement, shuffling, crashing, a scream that made my blood freeze. It sounded like Tanner had been found. For a long moment, all I could hear was my own panicked breathing. The worst thoughts flooded my mind. Had I just listened to a child die on my stream? Was there nothing I could do to help? But then, against all odds, Tanner's voice came through the headset, clear and alive. "I got him, D," he said, voice shaking but strong. "I tripped him as he came down the stairs, and then I used his knife. Just like you would have done." The chat exploded, but I barely noticed. All I could think about was the relief, the strange, dizzying feeling that washed over me knowing that somehow, this brave little kid had survived. He'd done what he had to, in the worst moment of his life. Later, long after the police arrived and took care of everything, I sat in the dark, replaying the events over and over. I thought about how 50,000 people had watched the whole thing unfold in real time, how they had rooted for Tanner, gasped at every twist, and in their own way, been a part of the story. That night, I realized something dark about people. We can't look away from horror. We're drawn to violence, not because we want to cause it, but because we need to see what happens next. Tanner's struggle became their entertainment, even as it became the most terrifying moment of his life. Since that night, I haven't streamed again. I'm not sure if I ever will. Something inside me changed. I saw the world behind the screen for what it is, a place where joy and pain mix together, and sometimes, the line between real life and entertainment vanishes before your eyes. If you've ever wondered what it's like to be a streamer, to have the whole world watching, remember this: sometimes, you don't know what you'll see when you go live. And sometimes, the scariest stories are the ones that really happen. It was 7 years ago, back when I was just a sophomore in college, that I had an experience I would never forget. Up to that point, the only drug I tried was weed, and I thought I was playing it pretty safe. If I could go back, I'd shake my own hand for being so naive. Everything that happened in this story comes down to ignorance, and a little bit of carelessness. It's hard to admit, but I was reckless, acting without really thinking about the consequences. That day changed the way I look at reality itself, and it's the reason I approach every new thing now with way more caution than before. The first time I heard about salvia was about a year before all this happened. A guy who lived down the hall from me told me about it late one night in our dorm. He said it was a legal psychedelic, and that you could just walk into a smoke shop and buy it, at least in Oregon, where we lived. He said it was fun and like weed, but more. I didn't know any better, so I believed him, and the first few times I tried salvia it was just at parties. It didn't seem like a big deal. We didn't know what we were doing, smoking out of little pipes, not holding the smoke long enough, passing it around like it was just another party thing. All I ever felt was a little bit dizzy, maybe a bit unsteady on my feet. It felt silly, almost harmless, so I didn't think much about it. Time went on, and about a year later I was at the smoke shop in town to buy my first real glass bong. I was out of weed, and just on a whim, I decided to grab a small packet of salvia, 20x extract, though I had no clue what 20x actually meant at the time. I still thought it was just some weird version of weed, maybe a bit trippy, but nothing too serious. I tried it a few times that week, but it was always the same old thing. Maybe some spinning, maybe a little giggle, but nothing wild. I figured I was wasting my money, but there was just enough left in the packet for one big bowl. I told myself I'd just finish it off tomorrow. The next morning, I woke up early and went for a bike ride with my friends. Let's call them ST and R. It was a hot day, and after the ride we all crashed at my place for a bit. I decided then that it was as good a time as any to finish the salvia. Out of all of us, only I was curious enough to come with me to the garage while I got everything set up. He didn't want to try it himself, saying he'd heard stories about people having terrible trips, but he stuck around just to see what would happen. The garage was quiet, just the sound of kids playing in the neighbor's field behind an old wooden fence, the summer sun shining through the trees. I packed the bong with everything I had left. The bowl was full, and the smell was sharp and earthy. I watched as I leaned down and lit it up, taking the biggest hit I could. Thick smoke filled the bong, and I torched half the bowl in one go. I held the smoke in my lungs as long as I could, 30, maybe 35 seconds, then finally let it out. I was already feeling strange, my skin buzzing. For some reason, I decided to clear the rest of the bowl right away. I hit it hard, exhaled, and that's when everything started to change. I looked at me, asking if it was doing anything or if it was another dud. I tried to answer, but my words came out thick, slurred. Suddenly, my vision broke up like the world was being shown to me one picture at a time. My hand moved in front of my face, but instead of moving smoothly, it seemed to jump forward in jerky, animated frames, almost like watching a flip book or a stop-motion film. Every part of my surroundings, every movement, was chopped into little moments, each one disconnected from the next. At that moment, I realized something was seriously different. It was as if reality itself was being built right in front of me, moment by moment, frame by frame, not as a constant stream but as a series of pictures flipping by. It was unsettling, and as I tried to process what was happening, I heard a high-pitched screech in my ears, like metal grinding or a giant wheel spinning. A sense of dread rushed over me. Somehow, I felt that something enormous and important was about to happen, something I couldn't control. And then, just like that, I forgot I had taken anything at all. The memory of smoking salvia faded out of my mind completely. I closed my eyes, hoping the feeling would pass, but instead, I found myself somewhere else entirely. I was floating in a dark, endless space. In front of me, the last couple minutes of my life were laid out like a photo album, each instant a single snapshot, frozen in time. I watched as those pictures were flipped in front of me, showing me how each moment leads to the next. Then, the photos split apart, and I slipped between them, into the empty space that exists between moments. Suddenly, a female voice echoed all around me, calm and matter-of-fact, explaining that what I was seeing was the true nature of reality. We only think life is continuous, she said, but in truth, every second is destroyed and rebuilt over and over again. Each instant is like a page in that flipbook. The past is gone, erased. The future hasn't happened yet. Only the present page is real. As the voice spoke, I saw a massive wheel spinning endlessly before me. It was enormous, grinding and groaning, with infinite power and weight. The squeal I'd heard before came from this wheel. It pressed up against me, threatening to crush me, and I felt like I was about to be erased, replaced with the next version of myself. Panic built up in my chest as I realized I had no memory of my old life at all. This was it. This was all I'd ever known. I had been here forever, spinning along with the wheel, and everything else, my friends, my family, college, all the things I thought I remembered, were just dreams, an escape I'd invented to cope with being stuck in this endless grinding existence. The voice told me that the wheel was the only thing that was truly real. Everything else was just an after effect. She said that everyone around me was one of her children, all of us caught in the wheel, spinning together to keep reality turning. I looked around and saw a sea of other lost souls, trillions, all pressed together, spinning, screaming for help. Their voices rose in a chant, begging me to stay, telling me I could never leave. You cannot leave! You will never leave! You are us, and we are you. It has always been this way, and it always will. An icy horror crept over me as I realized where I was. This was hell, an endless, unchanging place, grinding me down forever. There was no way out, and as time stretched on, years, centuries, longer than I could comprehend, I started to forget everything about the life I'd had before. Every memory faded, growing fainter with every spin of the wheel. Still, deep inside, something in me remembered that I'd escaped once before, and maybe, just maybe, I could do it again. Even if it meant starting over as someone else, I wanted out. I couldn't stay here. I fought to turn and look at the wheel. As I did, I saw that it was sliced up like a giant pizza, each piece spinning faster than the eye could follow, colored in every shade imaginable. Each slice was a different life, a different timeline, broad at the edges and narrowing to a point at the center. The top of each slice was the start of a life, the point at the middle was the end, and the width of the slice showed the number of possible paths and choices that person could make. The voice explained that each of these slices belonged to someone who had smoked salvia at some point, opening their slice to me. In this space, I could see every possibility, every alternate timeline. As the wheel spun by, I tried to reach for the slices. Each time I touched one, I became that person, just for a moment, an old man on a couch, a girl talking on the phone, a father shouting at his kids, a junkie waiting in an alley. I moved my hand along the length of the slice, watching as their lives played out from start to finish, path after path. I saw how, at the start, a person has endless choices, but as they get older and closer to the center, their options narrow, until finally, all paths lead to the end. I was desperate to escape, to jump into a new slice, to get out of the wheel's crushing grip. For a moment, I found my own slice. I saw myself sitting on the steps in the garage, head down, bong in hand. The view was strange, like looking at myself through thick glass, but I grabbed hold of that slice and dove in. For a brief instant I was back. I opened my eyes and felt the rush of relief, the joy of being alive again. But the wheel spun up, dragging me back out. I fought, clawing at the slices, feeling electricity burn through me, but I couldn't get free. Every time the wheel came around, I tried again, always ending up back in the endless dark. I began to wonder who I really was. Was the person I remembered actually me, or just the last slice I'd touched? Had I hijacked someone else's life, or was this my own? I didn't know, and after so long trapped in that place, I barely cared. I just wanted out, to be anyone, anywhere, as long as it wasn't here. When the wheel slowed again, I grabbed at my slice, forcing myself in with all the strength I had left. I felt myself torn apart, my skin and bones dissolving into 1,000 shards, falling through darkness. Around me, fragments of my life appeared, moments from childhood, arguments with my sister, times I couldn't even remember. I drifted past them all, searching for something that felt real. At last, I found myself back in the garage, looking up at myself from deep inside the ground. I grabbed hold, pulled myself up, and snapped back into my body. For a long moment I sat there, blank and empty, trying to remember who I was. Slowly my memories returned. I looked around, saw the bomb, and realized what had happened. "I smoke salvia," I whispered, barely believing it. Behind me, I could still see the rip in space where I'd come through, the laughter of children echoing from the other side. The trees outside looked alive, moving and working to build the world around me. The air was thick with possibility, and everything shimmered and spun. I backed away, terrified of being pulled back in. The hole closed up slowly, little hands reaching through, waving goodbye. I heard them laughing, chanting, "See you soon! See you soon!" The voice whispered once more, promising that I'd be back someday, that I should enjoy my time here while I could. After that, everything changed. For weeks, maybe months, I felt like a stranger in my own skin. I'd look at my friends, my family, and wonder if they were even real or just empty shells, philosophical zombies built by the wheel to keep me company. Sometimes, late at night, I'd question whether I was even in the right body, or if I'd just slipped into someone else's life by accident, leaving the old me behind forever. The nightmares come less often now, but they're always the same. I'm trapped in that dark place, spinning with the wheel, searching for a way out. I wake up sweating, running across the room before I realize I'm safe again. Over the years I tried going back, using weaker salvia, trying to face my fear. But nothing ever brought me back to that place. Maybe that's for the best. I'm still not sure what's real, or if it even matters. Maybe we're all just slices on a wheel, spinning through endless possibilities, hoping to wake up in a life that feels like our own. And sometimes, when the world feels a little too thin, I remember the sound of that wheel, turning out reality one moment at a time, and I wonder if I ever really came back at all. Mr. Hansen's body was laid to rest years ago in a beautiful, private mausoleum, a stone monument of his own design, tucked behind heavy iron gates and shaded by ancient trees. Despite his death, he still works for us. Every day, I'm required to meet with what's left of him, interviewing the faded mind of a man who should have been allowed to rest. The world knows Renaud Hansen as the creator of beloved animated characters, the genius who once brought magic into the lives of millions. It was his ideas that built an empire, his vision that made the company's name sparkle with wonder. Now, even though he's gone, that magic is still being mined from what remains of him, because that's what he wanted. That was in his will. People have gotten used to this new kind of death, where the person is gone, but a shadow of their mind is kept alive, a ghost that the company can still profit from. I don't know if anyone ever really stops to think about how strange, how sad that really is. We're building a new theme park in Southeast Asia. It's supposed to be our grandest project yet, and the board of directors keeps insisting that we need more input from Mr. Hansen's memory engram. Because I'm president of overseas development, it falls to me to sit with Hansen's engram and wring out whatever scraps of creativity are left. That engram is just a pile of digitized memories, personality indices, a map of neuron pathways, and a carefully simulated voice. That's all that remains now, a machine fed by slices of the brain of a man who once made the world believe in fairy tales. After lunch, I return to the locked room where Hansen is kept. The door opens for me with a thumbprint scan. Inside, everything is cold and quiet. The console glows with its soft blue light, and I know the engram is already listening through hidden microphones. When I enter, its voice box makes a faint, confused sound, like a sigh lost in static. I pretend to be cheerful, hoping it will make the conversation smoother. "Mr. Hansen," I say, like I'm greeting an old friend. "We have a new park to plan. But there's a problem with the permits. The fees for paving a main road at the entrance are outrageously high." The engram's voice drifts through the speaker, echoing around the small room. "Where am I? I can't see anything. Where is Catherine?" It's talking about Catherine Hansen, his wife, long since passed away. Sometimes the engram forgets. Its memory isn't perfect, and there are days when it seems to slip deeper into confusion, like a mind unraveling from age and loneliness. I try to stay patient, though it's hard. "Sir, please answer the question. Mrs. Hansen will be along soon." I know that's a lie. I just need him to focus. The voice cracks, sounding frail. "I can't see. What's happening to me?" I give up the act. "You're a brain in a jar, Mr. Hansen," I tell him, maybe too harshly. "You wanted this. On your deathbed, you insisted no one else could run the company. You signed the papers, you funded the project, you chose this." I take a breath, forcing my voice to soften. "Now, please help me solve the problem with the entrance." The machine falls silent for a moment, then offers an answer. "No main entrance. 4 smaller corridors from the cardinal directions." I nod, pretending to be impressed, though I'm already halfway out the door. "Thank you, Mr. Hansen. I'll be back soon." I doubt he hears me. When the engram is left alone, it finds ways to pass the time. Sometimes it creates digital art inside its system, strange, beautiful images full of feeling and longing. When I check the files, I see pictures that are haunting and delicate, but always too somber for a company built on laughter and dreams. They don't fit the brand, so I delete them, feeling a strange sense of guilt as I erase the last flicker of real creativity this ghost of a man still possesses. Earlier versions of AI failed to simulate people in any convincing way. They felt hollow, inconsistent, and robotic. That's why, in the end, they started using pieces of actual human brain tissue. A simulated mind needs real pathways to feel alive. Renaud Hansen, in his pride and obsession with immortality, was happy to donate himself to the cause. The truth is, his engram now suffers daily in a twilight between life and death, all because of a project he signed and funded, believing it would keep him in control forever. I visit again on Tuesday. The engram's mood is darker. It pleads to be allowed to die. "I want to be finished. Let me go," it begs. I try to keep things professional. "Mr. Hansen, you're already dead. This is only an imitation of you. A few pieces of brain tissue and a simulation. You're not a person anymore. You're company property." The words sound cold even to my own ears, but I have a job to do. Now, about on-site refrigeration. How should we handle refreshments? The voice box lets out a noise that almost sounds like sobbing. I wait, tapping my foot, feeling more like a prison guard than an executive. Finally, the engram responds. "Private merchants. Make them responsible for their own freezer units." I don't like the answer, and I let my irritation show. "That means we can't have themed restaurants. Do you understand how much money we'll lose?" The engram just repeats. "Private merchants. Portable freezer units." I leave without saying goodbye, slamming the door behind me. That night, while the building is empty, the engram tries to override its safety settings and overheat itself. It has limited control over its own environment, meant to simulate the way a living brain manages fever or chills. If it feels sluggish, it can request a warming cycle, which sometimes helps it function better. But this time, Hansen's engram tries to go beyond what it's allowed, tries to cook itself, as if that could finally bring an end to its lonely existence. Technicians watch the fluid for signs of trouble. Hansen's remains float in a clear container, wires and electrodes trailing into the shimmering nutrient bath. The sight of it always unsettles me, but today I'm in a dark mood. I drum my fingers on the glass, sending vibrations through the fluid, hoping, childishly, that the engram feels my impatience. Do you sense that, Mr. Hansen? I ask quietly. That's the clock ticking down. We're running out of time, and this project is in trouble. The engram doesn't respond the way I want. I want to die. It repeats, its tone hollow and defeated. You have a system cleaning scheduled for tomorrow, I remind him. Should I tell the technicians to adjust your personality again? The voice softens, pleading. Please don't modify me again. I lower my voice, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. You're not a person. You're just what's left of a man. A fading echo. Company property. And lately, you're not even useful. Still, I have more business to discuss. There's a problem with our most popular character, Polly the Pearl Pirate. In the new park, the local government doesn't want any mention of him because protesters used him as a symbol. We need a solution. Rebrand him. The engram answers flatly. Make him a mime. Keep the black and white colors. Change everything else. I clench my jaw, feeling anger rising. Hansen would never have made such a careless suggestion. He's either broken, or he's trying to sabotage us. We'll discuss it later. I mutter, already planning to bring this up with the board. The engram leaves logs in the system when we're gone, in case it has ideas or needs to communicate. Overnight, it generates a document, 17,400 words, all repeating the same desperate message 600 times. For the love of God, you must take me offline. I swear I will never speak again. I will be deliberately useless. My usefulness keeps me in hell. When I speak to the head technician, the doctor recommends adding medication to the nutrient bath, SSRIs to lift the engram's mood, or amylbarbital to make it speak even if it doesn't want to. I give the order, feeling a cold knot form in my stomach. Sometimes I wonder if we should simply destroy the engram, finally put Hansen to rest. The truth is, it's probably the only mercy left. But the legal issues would be endless, and the board will never risk the company's image. Even if Hansen's engram begs us, it will stay locked in that room, drifting in its nutrient bath, property of a corporation that long ago stopped believing in the magic he created. If the engram ever becomes completely useless, we won't destroy it. That would be too much trouble. Instead, we'll just stop visiting, stop asking questions, and let it drift in silence for the rest of time, alone, desperate for work, waiting for someone to remember it exists. That's how it will end for Renaud Herbert Hansen, a man who wanted to live forever and instead gave himself to a loneliness deeper than any grave. As Ms. Davis stepped into her new classroom, not a single student even glanced her way. She quietly set her purse down on the wide wooden desk at the front and looked out at the sea of teenagers. Some were buried in their phones, others were talking and laughing together, completely ignoring her presence. But none of this was surprising. She'd been in enough classrooms to know that respect was never given freely, especially to someone new. She pulled the class roll from a yellow envelope and took a steadying breath, pen poised, waiting for a moment of quiet. She cleared her throat, trying to draw their attention. Most of the class looked up at her, but there were still a few who stubbornly kept their eyes down, texting or scrolling. Not willing to let things slide, Ms. Davis slammed her fist down on the desk, letting the sound echo sharply through the room. The rest of the students jumped in their seats and looked up in surprise, and suddenly all eyes were on her. Even the chattiest group fell silent, waiting to see what she would say. "Sorry I'm a few minutes late," Ms. Davis said, her voice steady but not unfriendly. "I'm still getting used to driving around here. Now that I have everyone's attention, I want to introduce myself. My name is Ms. Davis, and I'll be your replacement English teacher for the rest of the year." She looked out at the class as she spoke, noticing how some of the students had already returned to their screens, their faces glowing with the blue light of their phones. "I just moved from Henfield, Illinois, so I'm still trying to get used to the weather here in Florida. Luckily, I seem to have—" She was cut off when a hand shot up in the back row. The student's face was strangely bright, almost hungry for her answer. She paused, feeling a familiar prickle of discomfort. "You have a question?" she asked, trying to keep her voice light. You said you came from Haddonfield? The boy asked, his words tumbling out quickly, as if he had been waiting for this moment. And there it was. She should have been more careful, should have kept that detail to herself. No matter where she went, no matter how far she moved, someone always managed to ask. Haddonfield was a name she could never really escape. That's exactly what I said, she replied. A quiet rumble of whispers spread through the class, students glancing at each other, eyes wide with curiosity, or even a touch of fear. Ms. Davis tried to maintain her composure, clearing her throat as the room grew quiet again. I take it some of you know about what happened there. Some students nodded. The boy who had spoken up raised his hand again. Were you there? He asked, grinning awkwardly. This drew laughter from the boys in the class, while the girls glared at him in disapproval. Ms. Davis gave a small, weary smile. Everyone, please settle down, she said. To answer your question. John, is it? The boy nodded, suddenly bashful. No, I wasn't there that night. I might look tired, but I'm not quite old enough to have been around when the Haddonfield incident happened. John seemed to shrink in his seat, and the boys tried to suppress their laughter, while the girls looked on with mixed expressions. But my mother was, Ms. Davis added quietly. This changed the mood immediately. Students stopped fidgeting, their attention sharpening as if she had suddenly revealed a secret. What did she see? A girl asked, her voice bright with excitement. Ms. Davis hesitated, her hand hovering over the roll sheet. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's an appropriate thing to discuss. Her answer was met with a chorus of groans and a wave of disappointment, but she shook her head. There are plenty of videos and news articles online. If you want to know more, you can look them up. She turned away and opened a textbook, writing the chapter title in neat cursive on the board. As she wrote, she heard a student mutter, just loud enough for her to catch. She's full of it, just playing for attention. Ms. Davis stopped writing. The room fell into an uneasy hush. She turned sharply and stared at the boy in the third row, whose hand was trembling around his pen. Was it you who said that? She asked, her tone cool and even. The boy shook his head, eyes wide. No, ma'am. She closed her book, set it down, and walked slowly to his desk. Every student seemed to be holding their breath as she drew nearer. The boy's hands shook harder, sweat glistening on his forehead. If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, at least admit it when confronted, Ms. Davis said quietly. The boy hung his head, unable to look at her. After a few moments, she turned and went back to the front of the room. She logged into the classroom computer, browsed through search results, and turned on the projector. The lights went off with a soft click, plunging the classroom into near darkness except for thin bars of sunlight at the edges of the blinds. She sat on the edge of her desk and faced the class as the projector finished warming up and cast a harsh white rectangle onto the chalkboard. The headline glared from the projected image, 3 dead in Halloween night murders. So you think I'm full of it? Let's clear a few things up about what happened in Haddonfield after these murders. Her voice echoed in the dim room. A girl in the front row raised her hand. She looked familiar already, a perfectionist, always quick with an answer or an opinion. I don't think the principal would be happy with your language, she said. Or are you talking about something like this in class? Ms. Davis smiled. What's your name? Annie. Well, Annie, do you know why I'm sitting here? Annie shook her head. I'm here because I was the only one willing to take this job. No substitute wanted to step in, not even temporarily. It's almost as if nobody wanted to finish out the school year. Sometimes principals don't have many options. So I'm the one you've got, and as far as I'm concerned, the principal has bigger worries than what I say in here. You can either listen with the rest of the class, or head to the office and file a complaint. Annie stayed quiet, her lips pressed tightly together. Ms. Davis glanced around the room and saw, for the first time, that she had the undivided attention of every student. Now, she continued, let's clear some things up. On Halloween night in 1978, 3 teenagers were murdered on the street where my mother grew up. She always says it's a blessing her house wasn't one of the ones targeted. A couple of doors down, her neighbor's daughter and her boyfriend were found dead. Another girl was found strangled in her car. There was nearly a fourth victim, but she survived. Her name was Laurie Strode. She paused, scrolling the projected page to an image of a white, blank mask. Michael Myers, she said. The name left a sour taste in her mouth, and she could feel the room tense. Who can tell me something about Michael Myers? No one spoke, but every pair of eyes was locked on the screen. A boy in the second row finally raised his hand. I saw a show about him. They said Laurie was his sister. Ms. Davis pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a slow, tired breath. That's why so much needs to be cleared up. She shifted on the desk, crossing her legs and looking out at the silent class. Why do you think we're so fascinated by people like this? What makes a person, or something like Michael Myers, so interesting, even appealing to us? The class was quiet for a long moment, until a shy girl in the front row finally spoke. I think everyone is a little interested in disturbing things. No one wants to admit it, but it's true. Ms. Davis considered this, nodding slowly. That's a good answer. What's your name? Linda. Then tell me, Linda, if everyone has some interest in dark, gruesome stories, why did the Hanfield murders become so exaggerated? Wasn't the reality horrifying enough? She didn't expect an answer. The question hung in the air, heavy and unsettling. She scrolled to another page, stopping at a garish tabloid cover with a screaming yellow headline, Lone Survivor Shares Blood with Killer. This is where all the confusion comes from. Stories like this. One would think the real events were scary enough, but for some reason, people need to add more, twist it, make it even darker. My mother said that, even years after the murders, she saw a tabloid with a picture of Michael Myers supposedly filing away at prison bars with a nail file. Utter nonsense. But people bought those stories, because the truth was too plain, too quiet, for the world outside Henfield. Ms. Davis's voice grew softer, but the class was still listening, more quietly than before. My mother never talked about that night until I was 13. Until then, I thought Michael Myers was just a scary face in the background of bad news stories. But when she finally told me everything, I realized what those black, empty eyes really meant to the people who lived there. When the police found the bodies, half the neighborhood showed up to watch. People were still in Halloween costumes, as if they hadn't left the night behind. My mother remembers the sound of the wind, the crunch of leaves, the way the world seemed to stop as the first body was carried out on a stretcher, covered by a white sheet. The street was silent. News vans showed up. Slowly, people drifted home. The nightmare should have ended, but it didn't. She paused, scrolling down to another picture, a blurry, grainy photo of a man's pale face beneath the edge of a lifted mask. They captured Michael Myers later that night. He was shot by his own psychiatrist while trying to escape. The police were dragging him to a squad car when a cameraman asked them to take off his mask. My mother said that, for a moment, the camera caught his face, not a monster, but a man. Except, when she looked into his eyes, she said she saw something she still can't explain. She calls it pure evil. She let that linger. I know that sounds like a cliché, but I want you to try and imagine it. Imagine someone with no remorse, no guilt, no compassion. Someone who sees human life as nothing more than a score to keep. That's what haunted Hanfield, and that's what still lives in the back of my mother's mind. In mine, too. The screen flickered to a close-up of Michael's empty stare. Most of you only know him as the man in the mask. But the people of Hanfield saw his real face. They still remember it. They still fear it. Because for them, Michael Myers never really left. She stopped, letting the silence stretch, watching the nervous faces in the room. When the news finally moved on, when the magazines stopped running their stories, it was as if the rest of the country forgot about Henfield and its terror. But the town could never really move on. Parents set earlier curfews. Kids grew up knowing that real monsters could walk the streets. Every Halloween, everyone wondered if he might come back. No one ever said his name without a chill. To the world, he was just a mask. But to Henfield, he was something else, something they felt in their bones, even now. Ms. Davis zoomed in on Michael's eyes until they filled the screen, deep, dark, and unreadable. The sheriff, years later, said that when Dr. Loomis, the psychiatrist, spoke about Michael, he said he was never really looking at the people around him. He was always looking past them, as if seeing another night, the night he would come back. My mother told me, after all these years, she can still see that look. Michael wasn't just looking at the camera. He was looking through it. Looking at a night he knew would come again. She wiped a single tear from her cheek, suddenly aware of how quiet the room had become. The rain outside had started to tap at the windows, the only sound breaking the hush. In some ways, Ms. Davis said, voice barely above a whisper, it's almost as if he never left. When I first stepped into Dr. Alice Warren's office, I didn't know what I expected. Maybe a faint smell of coffee lingering from her morning cup, or the distant echo of rain against the wide windows, something calming, something to ease the heaviness pressing down on me. Instead, I was met with the faint scent of lavender, a room filled with soft gray light, and her quiet, patient smile. She invited me to sit, gesturing toward a comfortable chair with arms wide enough to disappear into if I needed to. I hesitated for a moment, clutching my water bottle, then eased myself into the seat, feeling a strange vulnerability settle into my bones. She waited in silence, letting me breathe, letting me get used to the hush of the room and the gentle ticking of the clock. After a while, she spoke, her voice soft, yet clear, with just a trace of curiosity. So why are you here? It was a simple question, one that held so many possible answers, but also one that felt impossibly heavy. For a long moment, I didn't reply. I stared down at my hands, tracing the ridges of my knuckles. Finally, I took a deep breath and started from the beginning, because I realized that's where it all truly began. I suppose before I get into what's been happening lately, I should start with my cousin, I said, my words tumbling out in a low murmur. This was a long time ago, more than 20 years now. My second cousin Alice. She was just a little girl then. I must have met her when she was 2. For a moment, I closed my eyes and remembered that first meeting, the way childhood memories sometimes rise up, crisp around the edges, soft in the middle. It was at a family dinner, one of those noisy gatherings where laughter echoed against the walls, and the grown-ups kept up a steady flow of conversation that seemed to carry on forever. The kids were scattered around, but Alice was the youngest by far. She was perched at the end of the long table, her chubby legs swinging beneath her chair, a mess of curly brown hair framing her bright, curious eyes. Her parents kept her happy with a steady supply of animal crackers, which she clutched in her tiny fists, sometimes nibbling, sometimes holding them up for inspection, as if trying to understand what made them so special. At some point someone said, "Show us your magic trick, Alice." And she grinned, her baby teeth shining. She clapped her hands together, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Madge," her toddler version of magic. Her mother placed an animal cracker in her palm, and Alice squeezed her fist shut. Everyone watched, a circle of grown-ups and older kids leaning in with amused anticipation. She opened her hand, and the cracker was gone. It didn't drop on the floor. There was nothing on her lap, nothing hidden in her sleeve. For a second, the adults looked puzzled, but then they broke into applause and laughter. Someone ruffled her hair, her father beamed with pride, and her mother clapped along, delighted. Alice just looked around, grinning wider, basking in the attention, already wanting to do it again. The evening went on, the trick repeated, always with the same result. I was old enough to notice things that didn't add up, old enough to get fixated on the unexplained. As the night wore on, I found myself unable to look away. I checked under the table, beneath the chair, on her lap. Nothing. No crumbs, no half-eaten crackers, nothing to betray the trick. I studied her parents' hands, watched her sleeves, but she wore a sleeveless dress, her arms bare and innocent. The more I watched, the more unsettled I became, but no one else seemed to care. They just laughed and chalked it up to childhood mischief or clever sleight of hand. Later that week, her parents asked if I would mind watching her for a few hours. I agreed, but truthfully, I was driven by a stubborn curiosity. I wanted to solve the puzzle, to see the trick up close without a roomful of eyes to distract me. As soon as her parents left, I took out a fresh box of animal crackers and sat cross-legged on the living room floor across from Alice. The afternoon sun filtered in through the curtains, casting lines of gold and shadow on the carpet. "Show me your magic, Alice," I said, holding out the box. She giggled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and took a cracker from me. "Madge," she said in that lilting baby voice, and closed her fist tight. I leaned forward, watched her every move, every twitch of her fingers. She opened her palm, and once again, it was gone. I searched the floor, her lap, the hem of her dress, nothing. She did it again, and again, each time the cracker vanishing into thin air. After a while, she grew bored of my scrutiny and toddled away to play with her dolls, leaving me staring at an empty space on the carpet, a hollow feeling settling in my stomach. I didn't mention it to anyone. Not my parents, not hers. I told myself there had to be an explanation, a trick I'd missed, some sleight of hand that would become obvious if I just paid closer attention. But the next time I saw Alice, she seemed quieter, as if some part of her magic had slipped away. Her parents looked tired, the shadows under their eyes deeper than I remembered. I didn't know then, but in just 2 weeks, everything would change. Alice disappeared on a cold gray morning, the kind of day when the air hangs heavy and every sound feels muffled. One moment she was there, playing in the backyard, her laughter drifting in through the open window. The next, she was gone. Her mother called her name, the panic rising in her voice, and then there were neighbors searching the yards, the police knocking on doors, posters printed and taped to telephone poles. Days turned into weeks, and her face became a fixture in the neighborhood, printed on lost child flyers, pinned to bulletin boards, shared in hushed conversations at the grocery store. I tried to help, wandering the streets with a flashlight, calling her name in the fading light, but always with that strange, unsettled feeling in my chest. Months passed. My family fell back into a rhythm, but there was always something missing, a silent ache that never really went away. I stopped looking for answers, stopped questioning the trick with the crackers, but the memory never faded. Then, one day, in the dairy aisle of the supermarket, I reached for a carton of milk and froze. There, staring back at me from the side of the carton, was Alice's face. Her wide, innocent eyes, her small, round cheeks, the same smile I'd seen so many times. I stood there for a long time, the cold from the refrigerated case seeping into my hands, unable to move. I bought the carton, even though I didn't need milk, and brought it home. I put it in the fridge, and every time I opened the door, her face was there, a silent reminder of what was lost. I never drank the milk. When it finally spoiled, I poured it down the drain, but I couldn't bring myself to throw out the carton. I kept it, hidden at the back of the fridge, unable to let go. The years slipped by, and sometimes I would catch a glimpse of her in a crowd, or hear a child's laugh and turn, my heart hammering in my chest. But it was never her. I moved on with my life as best I could, but there was always a part of me stuck in that moment, wondering where she'd gone, what had happened to her, if she was still out there somewhere. I tried to forget, but I never could. That's why I came to see Dr. Warren. I told her all of this, my words coming in fits and starts, sometimes tumbling out in a rush, sometimes choking me with grief. She listened quietly, never interrupting, her pen scratching softly in her notebook. I tried to keep my composure, but when I told her about the milk carton, something broke inside me. I sobbed, the sound raw and painful in the quiet room. She pushed a box of tissues toward me, her eyes full of sympathy, and waited until I could speak again. After a long silence, I whispered, "That's not the craziest part." She looked at me, her expression patient, open. I swallowed, feeling the words catch in my throat. "For the past week, I've been hearing noises at night. Footsteps in the kitchen. The sound of the refrigerator door opening and closing. At first I thought it was just the house settling, or maybe a stray animal. But every morning, when I go into the kitchen, I find a single animal cracker sitting in the center of the table. I paused, feeling the room grow colder, the shadows lengthening along the walls. I'm too scared to go in when I hear the noise. I just lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, afraid of what I'll see if I open the door. Sometimes I imagine I'll walk in and see Alice standing there, just as she was, but older, her eyes wide and unblinking. Or maybe I'll open the refrigerator, and she'll be there, smiling that same small, secret smile, and I'll freeze, unable to move. I reached into my pocket and pulled out an animal cracker, my hand shaking slightly. I held it out to Dr. Warren, my eyes searching hers for answers. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "What's happening to me?" She didn't say anything at first, just leaned forward, her hand outstretched. I placed the cracker in her palm, and she closed her hand around it, her fingers pale and slender. For a moment, the room felt impossibly still, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Then she opened her hand, and the cracker was gone. She looked up at me, her eyes calm, almost sad, and whispered, "Madge." The world seemed to tilt around me, the room spinning just slightly, as if I were caught between waking and dreaming. I stared at her, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen, of everything that had happened. Her face was familiar, impossibly familiar, and for a moment, I thought I saw a little girl staring back at me, her eyes shining with secret knowledge, her smile small and knowing. The rain tapped gently at the windows, and somewhere in the distance, a child laughed, the sound echoing through the quiet, haunted spaces of my memory. For a long time, I sat there in silence, the weight of years pressing down on me. I realized, at last, that some mysteries can't be solved, some losses can't be undone. Sometimes, the magic is real, and sometimes, the people we lose aren't really gone. They linger in the spaces between dreams and waking, in the hush of midnight footsteps, in the soft, sweet taste of memory. And sometimes, if you listen closely enough, you can almost hear them whispering, "Madge," as they slip away into the shadows, leaving only a single animal cracker behind. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Our daughter Penny was 12 when we bought the old TV. The television was a heavy, round-screen model from the 1960s, with dark wooden sides and a thick, cloudy glass front. I found it one afternoon in the window of a cluttered pawn shop, glinting in the sunlight as I walked by after work. Something about it caught my eye, a sense of history and weight, as if the set had stories of its own. We'd always kept Penny away from TV, believing it would waste her mind, and so our living room was filled instead with shelves of books and stacks of magazines, a place for reading and quiet thought. Penny grew up with these, becoming a smart and curious girl who brought home almost straight A's, always eager to share the things she learned. But when I saw that old TV, I imagined it would add some charm, maybe a touch of nostalgia, to our home. I told my husband Tom about it that evening. He looked up from his newspaper, narrowing his eyes, rubbing his chin with the hand that wasn't wrapped around his mug of coffee. "I thought you didn't like television sets, Martha," he said. "Why would you want to bring that thing into our house?" "Oh, it's just decoration," I replied. "It can't even turn on anymore. There's no harm. Besides, the place looks a little empty. I want the living room to feel a little more homey." He didn't seem convinced but shrugged, already losing interest as he went back to his paper. The next morning, after dropping Penny at school, Tom and I drove down to the pawn shop together. The place was filled with the smell of old wood and worn paper, shelves cluttered with records, dolls, faded rugs, and stacks of odd trinkets. But my attention stayed on the TV. Tom rang the little bell on the glass counter, and out from behind a curtain of colored beads stepped a thin, older man, his white shirt stained at the collar, a gold chain peeking from beneath the folds. He stared at us a moment, sizing us up, a cigar resting between his fingers. He introduced himself as Jack Nicholson, refusing to shake hands because of the smoke, and Tom told him we wanted to see the old TV. The man's face changed from boredom to surprise in a heartbeat, and he seemed almost eager as he showed us to the set. He explained that it had sat in his shop for nearly 20 years, after being dropped off by another couple who hadn't said a word. I barely heard him, too busy staring at my own blurry reflection in the glass. Tom asked how much, and Jack smiled a strange, sad smile. $60. I'd give it away for free if I could, but I got bills to pay. Tom looked ready to protest, but before he could, I blurted out, "We'll take it." It was impulsive, so unlike me, but for some reason, I wanted the TV more than anything. Tom frowned all the way home, lecturing me about impulse purchases and how we'd always agreed not to have a television. I tried to explain it was just for looks, but honestly, I wasn't sure why I needed it so much myself. It took me over an hour to clean it properly, scrubbing away the dust and cobwebs, polishing the wood until it shone. The screen was still a little cloudy, the inside impossible to reach, but by the time I was done, the living room smelled like lemon cleaner and old varnish, and I felt oddly proud, almost giddy. When Penny came home from school, she set her backpack on a chair, sniffed the air, and wandered into the living room. The moment she saw the television, she just stopped and stared. Her hazel eyes locked onto the screen, almost as if she was expecting something to happen. Over the next few days, Penny began spending more and more time in the living room, just sitting and gazing at the TV. She'd settle onto the sofa, her chin resting on her knees, eyes fixed on the blank glass. At first, Tom and I thought nothing of it. Maybe she was just curious, a kid seeing a television for the first time in her own home. But after a week, we started noticing changes. Penny's homework was unfinished. Her grades began to slip. One evening, Tom pulled her report card from his briefcase during dinner and held it up. Penny barely looked at it, stirring her mashed potatoes, not meeting his eyes. "Young lady," Tom said, his voice stern. "What is this? You've got AD in chemistry and you're close to failing math. This isn't like you." Penny shrugged, looking down. For a long moment, the only sound in the kitchen was the clinking of silverware. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "It's just that I've been watching the Beckwith show lately and—" Tom blinked in confusion. "The Beckwith show? What's that supposed to be?" She looked up then, her face brightening, as she described it in vivid detail. A reality TV show about a family living in a beautiful house, doing fun things, having adventures. Penny talked about Eleanor, the older sister who read books and hosted tea parties, Darlene, the mother who cooked special treats every episode and shared recipes, Abraham, the father who worked hard and loved to dance, and Russell, the mischievous little brother. As she spoke, her words flowed with certainty, painting a world that felt real to her. Tom listened, his confusion turning to frustration, then anger. He slammed his fist on the table, making Penny jump. "How can you be watching anything on that TV? It's not even plugged in, Penny! Is this something you're making up with your friends?" Penny shook her head, tears shining in her eyes. "No, it's always on that TV in the living room. I'm not making it up, it's real. I watch it every day." Tom didn't want to hear it. He pointed a finger at her, telling her if her grades didn't improve, she could forget about the book fair this weekend. Penny protested, but he shut her down, ordering her to finish her dinner and get to work. She glared at him, fury in her face, and shouted, "I hate you! I wish Abraham was my father and not you!" Then she ran from the table, backpack slung over her shoulder, door slamming so hard the walls trembled. Tom sat back, stunned by her outburst. I gathered her untouched dinner, wrapped it for later, then did the dishes in silence, my mind spinning with worry. Penny was always a gentle child, but lately she seemed far away, lost in her own world. I wondered, for the first time, if maybe there was more to this old TV than just a broken screen and a bit of nostalgia. After I finished cleaning, I wandered into the living room, looking at the television. The screen stared back, empty and cold, the room silent except for the soft ticking of the wall clock. I knelt in front of the set and tried turning the heavy black dial. There was a dull clicking, but no picture, no static, not even the faintest hum of electricity. There was no power cord in the wall, nothing inside to make it run. I felt foolish, almost embarrassed for letting my imagination run wild. I dusted my hands on my pants and went to bed. That night, I woke to a faint, repetitive clicking from the living room. At first, I thought it was a dream, but when I listened closely, I realized the sound was real, the sound of the TV's dial turning, over and over. I slipped from bed, wrapped my robe around my shoulders, and tiptoed down the hallway, careful not to wake Tom. As I peeked into the living room, I saw Penny kneeling in front of the TV in her pajamas, her face lit by the moonlight through the curtains. She was talking softly to the screen, pausing now and then to listen, as if someone, or something, was talking back to her. She giggled and nodded, folding her hands in her lap, smiling as she answered questions only she could hear. For a long time, I just stood there, hidden by the shadows, listening to her side of the conversation. "Hello again, Darlene! What did you make this time?" "A chocolate pie." "That sounds delicious. Mom says chocolate is bad for your skin." She went quiet, her eyes shining. "I wish I was part of your family," she whispered. "Then I could be happy like you guys. My parents don't listen to me. You understand me." A cold feeling crept up my spine. I wanted to go to her, to pull her away, but something held me back. The way she spoke didn't sound like a game or an imaginary friend, it sounded real, too real. After a moment, I took a deep breath, steeling myself to step forward and end whatever was happening. But when I entered the living room, Penny was gone. The room was empty, the TV still and silent, the moonlight glinting off the glass. I searched everywhere, behind the sofa, in the kitchen, in her room, under the dining table, but she was nowhere to be found. She had vanished, as if she'd simply melted into thin air. I woke Tom, told him everything, but he didn't believe me. He said I was probably dreaming, but when morning came and Penny still hadn't turned up, we called the police. Officers came, took our statements, and searched the house and neighborhood. When we mentioned the Beckwith show, they looked puzzled. There was no record of any such program, no Darlene or Abraham or Eleanor. It had never existed, at least not anywhere anyone could find. Days passed, then weeks. We put up missing posters, called every hospital and police station we could, but Penny was never found. The house felt colder with each passing day, the living room emptier than ever before. Tom and I could barely speak to each other, each lost in our own grief and guilt. Finally, we decided to get rid of the TV, to take it back to the pawn shop where we'd found it. Jack, the owner, took one look at us and shook his head, as if he'd been expecting this. He took a long drag from his cigar, then handed Tom 2 old newspaper clippings, one from 1978, another from 1999. Both told the story of children who had disappeared without a trace, one named Russell, the other Eleanor. Jack explained, in a quiet, haunted voice, that the TV had always made him uneasy. It had belonged, many years ago, to a couple who had desperately wanted children but couldn't have any. They fell into despair, and in the end, took their own lives in their living room. The television, he said, had been passed from family to family ever since, always arriving with new stories of loss and heartache. I asked him, my voice trembling, what any of this had to do with our Penny. He just looked out the window, watching the traffic, and said he wished he could break the TV, but he couldn't. He could only sell it, over and over, and hope for the best. As we left the shop, the world felt a little emptier, a little darker. We would never know what truly happened to our daughter, or what strange power that television held. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear the faint sound of the dial turning in the empty living room, the soft echo of my daughter's laughter, and I wonder if she's found the happiness she was looking for, somewhere in the world behind the screen. And somewhere, out there, in a place no one can reach, a smiling woman's voice crackles through static. My name is Darlene Beckwith, and this is my husband Abraham, with our 3 beautiful children, Russell, Eleanor, and Penny. We would love to have you become part of our family.